Hello everyone, and welcome to the second day of the NLC RPS for the summer split. My name is Steps, and I'm here with Tuckrick today, bringing you the first three games, and I'm super excited. We got three very different teams that we're going to be seeing in the first three games.
I am too. We are able to view the glorious roster of Lazy in Life, this time though with a substitute as well, coming out of Norway. We are unfortunately missing our veteran AD carry, but we have a top laner ready to fill in. So I'm excited to watch especially Lazy in Life, and then of course the other teams as well, Hurtis and Fritval. Though I must admit, apart from Puppe, I know a lot less about some of these players.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Fritval, I believe they've played together for like years already at this point. They were with the same exact roster last RPS as well. They played the Nexus Collegiate together as well. My friend played against them and said they had a very annoying play style where they just perma-scaled, and their jungler plays very interesting picks. There's like some Kane and Evelyn, I remember from last RPS. I believe there's also some weird stuff from Lazy in Lives, especially the top side. The top laner. What kind of stuff he plays?
Yeah, for sure. They can be definitely creative, and they can also go for some scaling. They can do some explosive stuff as well, especially when you have a substitute top laner playing in the AD carry role. It's going to be interesting what they can cook up. Seeing Sim run around on like more playmaking picks, and then whatever they decide to pair it up with for Kutibu is, I'm excited.
Yeah, there's a lot of things to be excited there, of course. Lazy in Life currently, they were the first seed from Norway. Their playoffs are still a little bit unfinished there, as well as I think Sweden's still waiting for their finals. Fritval coming in with the second seed after their regular split. Both of these teams are still coming hot and ready to play these games. Obviously, the third team we're going to be seeing today, Hurtis, already finished their FPL split, so a little bit different there, but I think all these teams are ready to go up against each other, and the other Nordics and UK teams here is gonna be exciting. These teams and these games, especially with different nationalities playing against each other, are really, really fun.
Yeah, it's fun for everyone involved, right? We finally get to play some of the different leagues, not just in scrims, etc. It's fun to see how the different regions match up against each other, because we don't get enough of this kind of competition, I feel. Of course, our national leagues are great. We're having a lot of fun over in our own corner, but it's always fun to see how we stack up against each other.
Yeah, it's always, you develop a certain national meta, like for example in Finland we had this weird Darius picker like running around during the fall, no one else played, and this spring we've gone a little bit more towards the international meta, but there's always these little flavors that different nationalities bring along. Those flavors, we're gonna see what they're gonna be today. Very explosive stuff, expecting, well, Fritval. Hopefully they don't bring us 50-minute bangers, but well, who knows? Who knows? Some might enjoy those.
It's an interesting name for the squad that decides to scale every game and instead of just like flipping it, and then it goes one way or they're free falling.
Yeah, I've seen the other end of it as well. I believe last time they played against Epic Avalanche in the tiebreaker games to get to the playoffs, and I believe that one was very bloodbathy, just Epic Avalanche forcing the fights, and that was definitely free falling in that game. But we're gonna see what side of the coin will be today. They definitely more go towards that late game scaling. They played is, for example, Israel Yumi in the SOL, like stuff that really wants to go late game. Yeah, they played like this season.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. And especially when you call the jungler playing sometimes Kane and Evelyn and these kind of scaling junglers as well. It's I'm kind of wondering how they get through the early game with all of these scaling picks, because then they should be abusable, right? And I think if they try something similar to this against Lazy in Life, I would expect them to get punished, but we'll have to see how well prepared they are.
Yeah, definitely. Like looking at yesterday's games, there were some stuff that didn't end up as expected for certain teams. But anyways, it's always interesting, especially when you come from those different leagues. You don't 100% know what you're expecting from the other teams, even if you know a lot of players maybe from one team.
Yeah,
they might just stand out differently when it comes to these cross-national games. can we get like ETA on how we are doing with the tournament realm stuff? Are we ready to go to draft soonish? Soonish. Okay, so we got a little bit of time here to fill. Anyways, also in addition to we're seeing Fritfall, Hootis, and Lazy Life in the first 3 games, we will be having DMG Denmark, Leo Esports, and Linz Lions Creed Academy later on. Obviously, different casters for those teams, but it'll be interesting to see how those teams do. It's always a lot of interesting stuff in the first few days of the group stage.
Yeah, most definitely. I can see a few familiar names from the Norwegian league. I believe Pope had a few games in our league, and obviously Ceronic has had a couple of at least one, maybe 2 splits in the Norwegian league. But now he's decided to go to Denmark actually, with the same org though at least. Yeah, from the other players, I mean, from Hootis Gaming, I obviously recognize DH just because it's a recognizable name, right? But apart from Puppe and DH, I don't really know what to expect from the Finnish roster either.
Yeah, DH obviously he's been around for ages. I believe he played for Visu in like 2022 or 2021 when the NLC stuff really began in its or like intermediate period before we came back to the national leagues. JNBN, someone new name for many, but he played for Blue Whites under the name Massivinen a year ago when they promoted to Division 2. So maybe a player some know, just a little rename there. He plays really well with their jungler Aapo. Yeah, using that name here, he's always gone with between Apetski and Aapo. Their bot lane, Puppe obviously has a wide champion pool, has a lot of game knowledge, been doing some coaching and stuff, and interesting to see how he will fare with Takis here, who is someone with maybe a little bit less competitive experience on this level, played in the Finnish scene for years now by.
Yeah, for sure. I believe I even played on a team with Puppe like a few months or something, just way back when. Yeah, like around 2019 or something. We had a couple of games together. So yeah, he's definitely been around the scene, all of the Nordics, I guess.
Yeah, he's been all over Europe and Nordics playing and coaching, I believe, in obviously Norway, but also I think he was in Balkans at some point, and just being
Sounds
all
right.
around. But yeah, anyways, it'll be interesting to see how this team. Obviously, Hoot is coming a little bit later. We've got Lazy in Life and Fritfall, hopefully getting ready for their games soon-ish. The patch 14.9. I believe we already saw some of the stuff yesterday that's going to be new. Camille going up in priority a lot compared to earlier patches, for example.
Yeah. It's a big patch as well. They're still on 8 for MSI, right?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, so we're a bit ahead now. So we had some irrelevant changes, some bigger changes, especially with the fighter items. Eclipse getting nerfed, Sterox getting a pretty big nerf. Mo getting nerfed, arguably, but not worse for some champions that can actually use the Omnivamp well. And I believe Sunder Sky as well took a decent nerf. So all of the fighter items definitely gone down a bit, and we're also playing with Skarner, right? I don't believe Skarner is enabled for MSI, and that champion I expect to be mostly pick or ban. I saw some. Was it like the first game or second game yesterday, where I believe there was a top laner. I can't recall the game. But I remember him saying, "Yeah, I've not really played this champion that much. I don't really know the limits." And you can kind of tell as well, but he was still having fun drifting around and being insanely strong just because of the incredible base stats.
Yeah, Skarner is in a pretty strong position. I believe it was Hatsu who said that he first timed it in NLC RPS or something. But definitely, like, yeah, you can see maybe not all the mechanics are there yet with the champion. Well, Skarner is pretty straightforward champion anyways, but still very strong even if you're not 100% honed into it. Expecting maybe some of that spiciness coming from Lazy and Lifestop side as they like to play those tanks. Some weird stuff like, well, Zach's been like recently played a lot more in the top side, but for example, Sejuani, that's completely fallen out of the top lane.
Yeah.
Something that I believe the top player has played recently.
Yeah, for sure. I could give a quick recap of the Norwegian playoffs as we're still waiting on the final. We're playing the final on Sunday on LAN, so I'm excited for that. But we have our finalists. It's the Norwegian DMG team versus the Lazy Life team, which we are waiting for right now. And we had a few teams drop out of the league, so we decided to go for a double round robin with 6 teams. And Lazy Life and the Norwegian DMG both ended up with 9 wins and 1 loss to each other. And the second best team then was Bitfix, and they ended, I believe, 5-5. So definitely, we saw Bitfix do well yesterday. Lazy Life on paper should be even stronger, but they are, of course, missing their veteran AD carry in Tidebringer.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they do in the NLC RPS. I think overall the Group B that we're going to be having today here on stream is going to be interesting to see with, for example, the second Swedish team from Leo as well there. So a little different, maybe on paper should be slightly weaker, but who knows how that compares to Group A.
Yeah,
we're still
we're
waiting a little bit until we get to the draft. There seems to be some issues with the tournament realm, but yeah. Did you have, Duckrick, something to say here before we go for a shot?
No, I can save it for after the break if we want to
Okay.
take a couple of minutes while we're waiting for the tournament realm shenanigans to sort itself out.
Yeah, let's have. Okay. Okay, and we're back and a little bit closer to that draft. So, you had at some point before we went for a break about, I think,
But that's
Lazy
ages ago.
Life? Yeah, 3 minutes. That's for our Zoomer brains. That's a long time ago.
Yeah, definitely.
Anyways, Lazy Life and Fritfall soon-ish to be starting the draft, I believe. Interesting teams, as we've already talked a little bit about them.
Yeah, I love the energy. We talked a bit about in the break, but I love the energy of the logos of Fritfall and Hooties Gaming. It's nice.
Yeah,
I don't know if
it's
you
sort
saw
of.
the in the female scene. There was a team with like a cat or something. And then they did fairly well as well because they're orgless, right? So they just have like a cat
Mm.
placeholder name. And it's so fun to see them go up against like the bigger names, and then you see the logo, especially. It's I love that about the let's say amateur scene, or yeah, at least the
Grassroots.
less established orgs.
Yeah. It's especially at the like stage where the NLC RPS is like you have these sort of very established organizations in like Lions Grid and DMG around, and then you have this sort of friend groups of like Hoot is Fritfall, Lace in Life. Even they more so like to go for more of a professional look, but you told me that they are a little bit of a friend group organization.
Yeah, definitely. But they're also like they're running things well, from what I can tell. They've had a decent success domestically as well. As a fairly recent, been a few splits now, I guess. But yeah, they're doing well, and they have, as we can see, plenty of talent in their large roster as well, able to just swap in a top laner to play bot lane here, and I still expect them to look pretty strong, considering how they were playing this weekend, actually, in the semifinal against Bitfix.
Oh yeah, they played against Bitfix, so
Yeah.
even if the playoffs are still going, we got to see those two head off against each other. Was there anything interesting in those games? Maybe we could bring up about Lace in Life.
It was a fairly big stump, I would say, and then in the they went 3-1. The game Bitfix won. They changed up the draft quite a bit, but also Lace in Life decided to go for some like maybe less comfortable picks. So we saw Sim running around on Enchanter. They gave over like a lot of power picks to Bitfix, especially Ari. This became like a very contested pick after the second game. Both mid laners had a great performance, so I'm expecting P-Ball to maybe not decide to play it here, but it's definitely something he can pull out and do really well with.
Yeah, Ari definitely, I believe, in the first 3 games of the day, at least from what I've done background search on the teams, both Edo and also JNBN for Hootis play a little bit of Ari, so might become a contested pick. Also, something that's not that common nowadays is that all of these junglers that we have in these first 3 games are carry jungle players. Milkshake has played like Belvet and Vi quite a bit, and Viego. Laffe plays those assassins a little bit, and known for their Evelyn, and then Aapo, also Viego. Like there's a lot of fire coming from the jungle, and maybe these mid laners a little bit on the utility role in some of the rosters, which is always well, nowadays the meta tends to go towards that direction, not those hard carry mid laners maybe as much right now.
Yeah, especially at this level, I would say it's a lot more common. Of course, you have the occasional veterans still around playing, being good boys and playing their tank junglers in competitive for teams. But in general, these at this level, like around low master, etc., you usually see a lot of carry style junglers, especially, and they have their pocket picks usually, like you said. Kane, Evelyn, etc. Those kinds of champions that you don't regularly see outside of solo queue. But at this level, for sure, comfort is key. And if you know how to play well with these picks, then for sure, go for it.
Yeah, definitely. Maybe those mid and jungler are the 2 roles that or maybe support to some extent as well, where you see a lot of that comfort shine through, while ADCs are the meta slaves of always.
Yeah.
You know, every champion is sort of similar. It's like they want to do the same thing, just slightly differently. So it's fairly easy to plug in new champions to your pool. While for other roles, it's you oftentimes have your own play style, and then the champions sort of fall into that.
Yeah, it is though. Sadly, Tidebringer is not here with us today. He definitely knows how to pull out a few mage picks. Has a lot of different counter picks, or at least comfort picks. He's been around forever, honestly. Like I don't even remember when I saw him start playing. I think he has played in the Norwegian league since the beginning, so that's has to be like closer to maybe 8 years or something crazy like that. So he has definitely been through all of the metas, and he can pull out the Karthus, the Veigar, the Sigs, etc. Any mage Heimerdinger. Definitely things he could do. But we do have a top laner though subbing in, so I hope to see some spicy AD carry picks and something that can potentially also unlock our aggressive support player in Sim.
Sim obviously likes those engaged supports quite a bit. A little bit of Elsater set running around, but maybe not the most comfortable for him. Just as a note, we have information on the draft. So Lazy in Life will lose their first 3 bans. I believe there's some trouble with their end with the tournament realm. So hopefully that will get fixed quickly. But they will be suffering for the first game of the day with the missing bans.
Yeah, they will. Hopefully they're able to adapt their plan. Obviously sucks if they had a plan and were relying on certain things not being available. But that also means our first game is going to be a whole lot more spicy with the certain must bans and the highly contested picks are. There's certainly going to be a lot more of them open. So maybe we're going to be seeing Garner potentially going through. All of the AD carries are most likely going to be open. I don't know if Ashe is going to be contested as a support or an AD carry, as we saw yesterday in some of the games. Urgot is definitely up there. Yeah, I'm just gonna have to wait and see, honestly, because now we have a lot of comfort picks, we have a lot less bans, and we have a few OPs on the patch. So.
Yeah, definitely there's gonna be some weird stuff left open. Obviously, every time you play against a sort of OTP-ish player like that, Evelyn coming from the other side, you want to ban those stuff out at some point, or you need to have something that nullifies that pick completely. But it's gonna be interesting how Lazy Life will adapt to this change.
Yeah, especially picks with the Evelyn, right? It's one of two. It's like, no, that pick sucks. That's fine. We can play against it, right? And then they either do well and it's fine, or they lose, and then it's just like, actually, Evelyn is so annoying to deal with. Just ban it next time in best of series. But this is best of ones, a series of best of ones. Things can happen in draft, especially now with less bans. So we'll have to see what. Obviously, they can't ban it first rotation now, so we'll have to see what they decide to do as we are finally heading into the champion select.
Yeah, interesting to see how we go here. Obviously, a little bit of waiting here, but for their benefit, they are on the blue side for this game, so maybe if the scanner goes through, they can pick it themselves. Sadly, not those target bans available for them. But then, Freefall with their first ban, let's see what they have in store. As I said, Lazy Life, the tanks in the top lane, maybe a little bit of a position ADC. Do you want to go for those, or do you just want to maybe narrow down the pool for the known stuff in the mid and maybe jungle? Scanner. Well, okay, that's not gonna go through.
Yeah, I mean, that's actually an interesting point when punishments like this come through when you have the blue side, right? If there are must bans or like obvious first picks, then and you are on the red side team, then yeah, you still have to ban them, right? But if it was the other way around, if Fritfall were on the blue side, then they can definitely mix things up. So yeah, Lazy are just gonna have to wait it out, not just throw away bans. Obviously, there could still be picks. There could be the Teemo, there could be the Reiner Soul, etc. And the Ariban as well into P-Ball. Someone has definitely done their research and probably seen how he was playing in the weekend.
Yeah, interesting ban here. Anyways, oftentimes when you have like this kind of meta where it's a little bit open still, it's a patch that doesn't see a lot of international play, so the more OP stuff maybe not as figured out, but the Scanner definitely. Ari is a contest pick, so nothing surprising there. For their third ban now, it'll be interesting where they go with it. Do they want to maybe go towards that mid lane pool more, or maybe some of those Sims champions? I remember his Rakan used to be pretty spicy back in the day. Don't know if that's still something that he goes for a lot. And it
Could be,
varies.
but something that's generally been permaban against him these days is his Maokai, of all things. Even after all of these nerfs, I believe he was even playing it before it became sort of like a meta pick or a thing. And even after nerfs, people are still generally banning it. But yeah, if they just lock in the Jinx there, no surprises there. I believe I've even played with Kutibu Jinx in some in-house games, etc. And yeah, no surprises. You don't have to lock any of the other picks you want yet. You're blue side, you just want to secure a strong AD carry, and then you can sort of react to what your opponent decides to do.
Yeah, there's only 3 Zetadines alive, Death, Taxes, and blue 1 ADC pick. So, Fritfall's answer here. The Orianna is also, I believe, a little bit of a contested pick here. Would make sense to pick here, and also if the actually goes for Talia, that's a more so a mid lane pick nowadays, but can also be flexed towards that jungle position if Loffe feels like it. Also, you know, scaling champion in there will go for the full clear into full clear playstyle sometimes. Interesting to see, however, if they go for the mid or jungle for. Okay, yeah. Of course,
Wow.
the Evelyn's open, they're going for that.
Okay, that's quite the mid-jungle duo, though. Assuming they don't play it somewhere else. I mean, I have seen some Talia support. If you're autofilled as a mid laner or a jungler, sometimes it can be done, but I'm expecting this to be I'm expecting this to be a mid laner than P-Ball. He's a resident Kassadin player, and he just locks it in instantly. He decided that there's no way they're going to put this Talia anywhere else. So already just slamming the Kassadin into Evelyn Talia, and it's a pocket pick as well, this Kassadin. So I would assume either Fritfall has not completely done their research, or they are able to flex this Talia elsewhere.
I think with the Talia, obviously, before 6 you can do a lot of damage to Kassadin, but after that it's gonna be really annoying to play. That why coming in for Milkshake as well there, a little bit of hovers for Velvet and other stuff. And the Camille that we were talking about before the draft, coming in for Kire, as we're going for those second bans, already focusing Renekton, tough matchup for Camille. Jax also taken out, Zeri taken out from Omniscient, and this last ban for Lazy in Life. I'm half expecting to go into that Calm's champion pool, but supports overall are really open for now.
Yeah, there's not really been that many bans in general in the draft, so everything's still up. They have the AD carry, it makes sense to keep banning those, I guess. The Ashe, I guess that's a double whammy, even though probably don't want to play Ashe support into Vi Kassadin. But I do like the Camille pick here with the Kassadin already locked in. They need an answer for this later on. The Talia will not be able to sideline against a Kassadin, that's for sure. And if they're also going for an Kalista, an aggressive lane, and then potentially counter pick support, or they can just lock in the Nautilus to take it away from Sim as well, that's an option. Even more lockdown into the Kassadin. More playmaking. They're definitely diving in here, right? And then, they should also have decently strong, as you say, early game. But then, if they fall behind, if they make mistakes, then it could be more difficult. I would expect Lazy in Life to potentially be the stronger roster. They're drafting a lot of scaling. Fitfall drafting a lot of aggression. I would say this fits with it makes sense with the game plans they might have going in.
Yeah, I was looking at the Brad hover there for a while, but we don't talk about hovers. Xante picked for Strato, probably a more common pick for the team. Last pick coming in here, support still missing from Sim, that Rakan open. You probably don't want to play that into Nautilus in later stages, however it would be a nice dive pattern for Vi Kassadin waiting for, and the Maokai that you are talking about coming in there. Very interesting draft for Lazy in Life, a lot of dive there and then a Jinx.
Yeah, everyone's going in, Jinx is pressing R, hoping for the best, and then following up potentially. But yeah, you can also clearly see that they have a clear front to back. They have the Maokai saplings, making it easy to play controlled. And they also have a potential for the K'Sante or the Kassadin flank, which will be especially for the Talia if she is not able to play on one flank, not able to initiate with her wall, etc. Then it could be difficult for her with all this dive, all this crowd control. And yeah, I mean, they do have the Kalista ult, but apart from that, who really wants to get hit by this Maokai ult, which they might just, you know, throw out there, start running at them, or just finishing the objective, and then you have the Vi on top. They have a pretty straightforward comp. They have a filled AD carry. I'm happy with Lace in Life's game plan thus far.
Yeah, it is probably the least worst role to have as someone come in just to play the game, because it's fairly plug and play. The Kalista on the other side, not a plug and play champion at all. You need to have hands for the champion, and oftentimes need a little bit of communication with it as well. But it's an interesting pick, especially against the Maokai. You know, you can send the Nautilus to tank the ult and then just pull away with the Fate's Call. Overall, two very interesting drafts we got to see here. Fairly on style for Lace in Life, I'd say, but for Fritfall, well, we got Evelyn, but other than that, I'm kind of surprised with stuff they pulled out. Not that much scaling as I was promised from the team.
I mean, I feel like they potentially felt forced, right? When they're already just locking in Jinx that early and the Kassadin, they kind of have to punish, right?
Yeah.
So if you're saying that they're generally a scaling team and then they're forcing a Kalista like this, then I feel like they feel a bit forced to have to do stuff early, and especially when they lock in the Evelyn like this, generally just wants to clear early, right? Doesn't want to fight that much, but when you have a Nautilus, when you have a Talia, and especially the Kalista, you can play for the objectives, you can play for some early fighting, and you can try to contest, honestly, most things on the map. I mean, only the K'Sante should be fairly stable here in the early game, I would say.
Yeah, K'Sante should be okay into the Camille earlier on, but when the Camille gets a couple of items, it's going to be rough for him, and probably the Kassadin will be the one siding against them. Well, we should be getting in game real soon here, and show your support in chat for the teams. Show it on Twitter, wherever you like to do that kind of supporting. I will be supporting Hootis later. I got some props ready for the game, but
that's nice.
That's coming after this one. Lazy Life Hootis, Lazy Life and Fritfall. Excuse me, going in the rift. They're already in my head.
Can't keep them out of your mind.
Yeah. It is what it is after last night. It's been rough for now.
Yeah, well, hopefully they'll be able to turn it around in our second game, Fritfall versus the Hootis. So I'm hearing some window sounds. I'm assuming we're getting into the game, yeah.
Yeah. We will be seeing Lazy Life on the blue side and Fritfall on the red side. Those TSM icons coming in early on. And the bots, obviously. Swedes like their bod. I heard a little bit lore behind that last night as well.
Oh.
But it promoting into Division 1, so congratulations to them, of course, in the Swedish online league. But here, in the NLC RPS, level 1, 5 points sweep, as is common on this level.
30 seconds until
yeah, nothing too out of the ordinary. I would say Fritfall does have a very strong level 1. They should be able to do something if they feel like it. Evelyn as well, not a weak champion level 1 when they have Kalista, Nautilus, Talia, Evelyn like this. Even the Camille, if they wanted to commit to an invade, they could have gone for it, but they can also still go for a late invade if they would like to. I feel like when this comp, with this comp, you are on a timer, so definitely should be looking for every opportunity to push your advantage early.
Yeah,
as we do see something of a potential late invade here, just as we're talking about. No, only vision, okay.
Fritfall dropping that vision down. No one hovering there from Lazy Life's side, but they are safe. Both Critical and Seam under turret, waiting for the wave. Like my laners always in solo queue too. Anyways, Kire, Strato, that'll be very interesting in the early game, because I think Santa will have early on should be able to punish the Camille. Actually, there's a hook in the bot lane, and Seam a little bit of damage, nothing too much in the early stage.
Yeah, we do see actually the exhaust as well on the Nautilus, so a bit less kill pressure there. Maybe something that he's taking for the Kassadin later on. But definitely will make it a bit harder than to go for these early all ends, but we can also see that Kirtibu staying back, chilling in his role swap, Phil, AD carry, as the top lane main. They're just letting them push in, still at 0 CS, taking no risk. They do not want to get dove, and they're just chilling.
Yeah, they're just chilling, and even if, you know, Kalista is very lane heavy ADC, but you still are strongish in that first item point when you can do those skirmishes around Dragon, so it is fine per se for Omni as well. They don't need the kills, but obviously that will be a nice little extra. Both junglers are now on the second half of their clear in that bot side. But as we see, Omni is already backing off there, so going for an early back with the Kalista.
Yeah, you can see Milkshake is paying respect to the early priority from Edo, and Calm also going on an early roam. Skipped the Raptors entirely, didn't feel like they could defend them, but if Loffe wanted to go for the invade, but Loffe seems completely content, just full clearing as of now, and then yeah, will probably go for his bot side crab as well, might even go for the double scuttle into, I believe he started Raptors, right? So into his Raptors respawn, just power farming on this Evelyn early game to level 6.
There was a little bit of a peek into the jungle of Milkshake to go for a potential invade, but I think Loffe is perfectly fine just taking the grab with his support help as now Calm in the brush, calmly waiting for a chance to go towards the lane, but maybe the wave a little bit too big, and Milkshake also in the bot side, so nothing for now happening in the bot lane.
Yeah, I believe they spotted out Loffe crossing in mid lane, so that means Kurtib and Sim felt a bit more safe pushing up here. The wave is in a bit of an awkward spot, but then as they spot Loffe, Milkshake is able to just complete his recall and get back to his second full clear from topside.
Yeah, obviously Evelyn wants that level 6 as quick as possible to get the execute and passive healing from... well, passive. So it'll be a while until we're gonna see the full strength of the Evelyn coming from Fritfall's side.
And even though it maybe look a bit bad in the bot lane, they won't even miss that much right here. Kurtibu doesn't actually opt in for the recall, maybe doesn't feel like he can get enough of items. I feel like he had a timer here to go for a recall. Sim definitely decided to go for a recall, buys his boots early. Some lore about Sim as well, he definitely does love his movement speed. Generally, all he buys is movement speed items. So, back, I would say last year, then his Alistar would just be like sprinting around with his Space Rush, with his Moby Boots or Swifties, and then Dead Man's first item, so just trying to get around, find the best angles. Yeah, just be a big nuisance on the map in general.
Now that you mentioned, I remember the Phase Rush Alistar going around in RPS, but
yeah,
no Phase Rush this time around after shock for him. Fritfall going for the first dragon here, and Lays in Life, they still need a little bit of time to scale to contest these. People are not level 6 with the Kassadin, actually now just hitting it, and both Kritivi and Sim probably also want some time for the champions to come online here. Strata gets a nice exchange on the Kire in the top lane, and actually all out used, as well as the Ghost. But Kire gets away for now. Well, Q's coming in from Strata still. Going forward, the Q3, flash from Kire, and that's an important summoner away from Camille.
Yeah, well done by Strato. Just using the Ghost, popping the cooldown early. Knows he has the potential to even go for the kill, and forces the flash out. No angle for the Camille to use ult to dodge enough. So forced to use the flash, and that's a shorter cooldown for Strato, as he also gets a free base of that play. And we can see Milkshake actually trying to start grubs, maybe as time for one and then get out, but I doubt they would want to fight this early on.
Lofen already around, but both Strata and people are coming for their jungler. Milkshake going forward, get some damage in, and Lofe needs to flash away actually, and that means Lazy in Life at least burns some summoners away, although Milkshake also used his flash. So it's 2 for 1 in the flash department. And the Grubberonis are still aggroed, but yeah, now going away as actually Sim goes in on the mid lane, and that's a first blood, and that's for people very important first blood for the Kassadin.
Yeah, well done by Lazy. They're They are definitely online. When Kassadin hits level 6, they decided, so instantly flashing in Milkshake gets the double Q, and both Loffe and Edo having to flash away. Has hit level 6 though.
Loffe going for, gets the scuttle and you away from Milkshake. Kire coming around, does go for the whole Hextech ultimate. Milkshake really low under turret. Loffe doesn't have flash to go for the finisher. And, well, he gets away. Loses the scuttle, but gets away with his life.
Yeah, he will lose some of the topside camps here as well. Good attempt there from the Camille, but Strato is playing defense well. But yeah, back to the previous play, Sim instantly punishing the flashless Thalia, and then yeah, we're getting a kill early on the Kassadin. Did fall a bit behind in CS, not too bad honestly, but getting the early kill on Kassadin especially is going to be so painful for Fritval the longer this game goes.
Yeah, only going 10 CS down against Thalia on Kassadin is pretty good for him. Also the first blood really aiding to get that first scaling items to come in. But for now, still won't be able to do free laning here, as Thalia will be able to push the wave in with his tier.
Yeah, finally we're starting to see an advantage being built up in the bot lane. You can see the wave. Kutibi has been left alone for a while. Sim is sprinting around, has upgraded his boots now at least, but yeah, it's 25 CS lead and the wave is still in a very awkward spot. Milkshake at the same time is doing the grubs, so will be missing out on some farm and experience here, Kutibu.
Yeah, Milkshake getting that second grub, still living the third one around, but I think Loffe will go and... No, actually, the last of Kevin's will be staying in the pit for now. As Loffe looking towards the mid lane. Edo is quite far off, but Loffe looking for something here, as people using the first reflog away, actually goes fairly low. Loffe missing his ult, and now it's a turn from Milkshake. Loffe goes very low. Can Milkshake get anything? No, Loffe just barely gets away. And no, quite finishers as the Jinx Rocket not able to finish the Evelyn.
Yeah, I was a bit surprised people decided to go downwards instead of just not towards the turret, but he really wanted Milkshake to get involved and try to turn around a kill, but with Loffe still having ult, maybe a bit too early of a force for this Kassadin, as Thalia as well, Edu was able to just join up from halfway to back to the lane with his ultimate.
Yeah, no kills exchanged it there, but still a lot of cooldowns from Loffe and Milkshake burn for it, as well as the same ult, so exchange
look in the
of
bottom
those,
lane, the minions, they keep dying, and Kritibu is not able to last hit them. He's barely able to go into... he's still even in levels as of now, but I believe Omni might be getting closer to his level 6. At least they know that the Evelyn doesn't have ult right now, so they feel confident in stepping up.
Yeah, Milkshakes come around to maybe help and assist this lane, but they need the wave to come a bit forward here. Loffe stalking the dragon, so yeah, free fall just falling towards the dragon pit with their mid and bot prio, and Lazy Life need to forfeit another objective here.
Yeah, second dragon. Stacking those up early, that's definitely what you're looking for when you're playing into this kind of scaling comp. But they've also bought themselves a lot of time, I would say, especially with the Jinx being this far behind. But yeah, the Kassadin threat getting closer to the big level 11, I would say, is maybe even bigger spike than what level 16 used to be. So are they trying to make a play in top lane? It seems a bit forced, maybe.
Yeah, Milkshake looking towards the top side, but both Loffe and Calm coming around, so Lazy Life call the play off. Maybe just a hunch that something might be happening. I don't think there was a vision on either one of them. Well, now for sure on Calm, but support on the top side. The final crab still alive.
Yeah, no one really wants it. I feel a bit bad for it, honestly. But I guess that means that no more grubs will be spawning and will be heading into the Herald soon.
Yeah, last one taken now. now finally by Loffe, as I already called it like twice this game, but yep, 1 for free fall as well. Both supports are still going towards the bot side, so Omni and Prettybook will have their chilly little date ending, as they will have more company towards there, but for now, they've been fairly at ease in the bot lane. Critical not really able to hit the wave too much, but also not too much jungle attention there.
Yeah, he's been left in a bit of an awkward spot a few times, but also decided not to die for it, not protesting his support roaming or his jungle focus. Being a nice top laner, not something you would see as an AD carry perhaps, you know, accepting the weak side role as the Jinx.
Yeah, it's not common for ADCs to accept that they are this far down in farm. For top laners, yeah, 40, maybe 70 CS, that's not too... You're playing okay if you're not dying in those kind of matchups, as Milkshake and Loffe actually find each other in the river, but both just deciding this is not the fight we want, and just returning to their own sides of the river.
You can see the farming for Loffe is starting to pay off as well. He was definitely up.
Oh, in the bot lane, Critical now goes down as Omni gets the rend off. Seem also pretty low under turret, and Loffe goes for the finisher, and that's 2 kills for Fritfall.
Yeah, might finally get the snowball rolling. Milkshake looking for a counter gank though.
Yeah, Kire needs to get away, does have the flash. Ultimate use from Milkshake, and does get Kire a little bit farther from turret, and ulted away by Strato. Flash now used by Camille, and nice peel from Edo to save their top laner.
The Jinx ult, I believe he's too high HP, yeah.
Kire not in trouble there. People are looking if he could have found something there, but decides against, doesn't want to go into that dive alone.
Yeah, looks like the snowball is finally started rolling a bit in the bot lane, more than just the CS and the experience denied. Finally getting a kill on this Kalista, finishing the Blade of the Rune King. She's definitely strong and online at the moment, so the next dragon is looking a bit scary already for Lazy in Life to contest, I would say, and then, yeah, that's already soul point.
Yeah, 3,500 gold difference between the teams. Fitfall making use of those early game power picks that they have in Kalista, and well, Evelyn, not the most early game champion, but after 6 has been able to affect the lanes and the dive in the bot lane. Really nice to get extra gold for her too. Kira and Strato, a little bit of training there just to polish off those food knives for Kami, I guess.
I'm getting ganked a bit by my cat, unfortunately, but should be sorted. Yeah, as we do see the dragon spawning. I mean, they could try to look for maybe a pick early in the fight. They do have the Vialt coming up. P-Ball has hit level 11. Does have his first item completed. But there are some decent defensive tools, and the exhaust as well is coming up soon. Might be difficult. I wonder if they will try to just, you know, trade for something on the other side. Maybe no point in trying to kill the Camille, but maybe they can get Jinx some farm at least, if they decide to give this dragon up.
Yeah, it's well, it's looking like Milkshake is looking towards the bot side, so maybe they want to contest this a whole off it. Finding probably on the critical here. No, nice scramble smash from Sim. However, Calm gets locked down now. Another face call coming in, and now Loffe is the target for Lazy in Life. Ult used defensively, but Lazy in Life gets the first reset for the Jinx. Calm goes down, and that's 2 kills for the Norwegians, and also control over that bot side and Dragon.
Yeah, as we talked about the Vialt, definitely making it easy to contest when if Loffe decides to step up the Mauk ult, initiating the Vialt. They have teleport advantage from earlier, Strato joining in as well, so quick 2 kills over to the Lazy in Life squad. Importantly, finally getting some money to Tibu as well, getting the resets, and then yeah, they do have to pay for it with some turret gold on the Camille, but stopping the dragon stacking with this comp, I think, is definitely worth it for Lazy in Life.
Yeah, interesting. In the dragon fight, I think Sim's ultimate, even though Calm blocked it. Oh, now actually Omni looking for a potential fight with the Strata. Has support around, but not going for anything too fancy here now. NLC potentially looking for something, but just wants to protect the top laner from being dove here. So back to the fight. Sim got 3 roots with his ultimate, even with Calm tanking it. I don't think only quite got around it, and wasn't standing behind Nautilus. That was part of the reason the fight went as badly for Fritfall as it did.
Well, the game has still slowed down a bit. I mean, it's fairly on game plan, I would say, for Lazy in Life, only being well, I mean, they're even up a kill, but yeah, only being down the 3,000 gold, 4,000. I think it's still fine as long as they don't start to. Yeah, the Baron definitely would be potentially the tipping point. They do have a Kalista secure as well, but if they can keep this stable enough, I think Lazy in Life are in a good spot.
Yeah, both Jinx and Cassidy scaling, and talking about the Cassidy maybe getting some help here from these junglers. Kira is also around Alofe, looking for people here, not quite able to land a charm on Cassidy now, takes a lot of damage and actually gets blown up by people's re-engage. Omni coming around, but so are Sim and Credible, and that means no fight to be had here as Edo. Well, not quite able to find anything. So that's only 1 kill for Lazy in Life. Nice re-engage from the side of Milkshake and people.
Yeah, surprising Luffy with his flash there, people. Able to get the burst down before Luffy is able to use his own ultimate. A risky play for sure by people, but he decided he knows his limits better than the Evelyn player. And this time he was correct.
Yeah, Omni and Calm actually now needing to use the Kalista ult once against people. Just threatening to go for kill there. Calm taking quite a bit of damage, but they get away with their lives as the turret still stands for the side of Lazy in Life in the mid lane.
Yeah, keeping the turret up is definitely helping them when they're playing against champions like Evelyn, especially. Having this turret up, making it harder for Evelyn to get on the creative flanks. Need a lot fewer pings when you still have your mid lane turret up.
Yeah. Now, however, Lofe also joining the bot lane of Fritfall.
They still have Herald, actually.
Oh, Cry stepping up and does get chunked by Lofe, but instant lockdown by Zima, Milkshake. Lofe needing to use his ult again, defensively flashing away, but Cry gets a nice reset and another one. Now Omni needs to run away. Strato stanking for his ADC, actually goes for the finisher himself, and that's 3 kills for Lazy in Life. Kira and Edo looking for something, but people jumps onto the Talia. Doesn't get enough damage. Now Milkshake goes for the backline, and that's another kill for people. Now Sim, and that should be the ace for Lazy in Life as Fritfall sent falling in the mid lane.
On the brand here for Fritfall, suddenly out of nowhere, trying to... Was he just trying to chunk the AD carry perhaps, but then the rest of Lazy in Life said no, you are not allowed, and they were definitely correct. Clean ace out of nowhere, honestly, 4k down. Now they're 500 gold up, so completely nullifying the early gold lead Fritfall had built up, and now the game with these comps, I would say it's starting to look rough. They do still have 2 item spikes though, they're still in a decent spot right now, but I would start looking to force something rather soon.
Yeah, people already hitting that 2 items with Malignance and Seraph's Embrace, and Cry still maybe a little bit behind in items with only the Kraken Slayer and pieces of Rapid Fire Cannon, I think. On the other side, Omni's already at 2 items, but yeah, we can see the gold crafts now. Cry critical is 1k down, whilst now actually Calm is getting picked off. Well, Kalista ult and actually Flash used to save Nautilus. Calm decides to go back to Bill for his ADC, though joining the fight, but people jumping away. And in the end, it's just a lot of expensive cooldown is used from both Omni and, well, mainly just Omni, that ultimate and Flash from Kalista. Meaningful here, as the Dragon started by Lazy in Life.
Yeah, seems they're gonna have to give it up. And Strato is even just backing up their move. Maybe they try to start a Baron here. They do have the Kalista. I don't believe they have the time, no. I mean, even the Maokai is already here, ready to spot it out, so...
Yeah, Lazy Life very fast with the dragon, so I think Free Fall maybe a little bit surprised by how quickly that objective melted. Couldn't go for the Baron threat really, so now just need to return to the normal proceedings of Summoner's Rift and catching those waves. Probably now, as they are actually dropping the Herald, looking to take this mid lane. So we're down as Lazy Life need to get their resets in. Wait. Okay, yeah, using defensively here.
Okay. I guess he didn't dare headbutting that turret, and yeah, I mean, he could obviously get initiated on by the Maokai, so understandable, this turret should go down eventually anyway, right? But I still think it's so funny that they added this into the game. Driving the Herald, it still looks hilarious to me.
Yeah, we have a saying in Finland, driving to Mario Kart with the
yeah, understandable.
Herald. But yeah, this time used it defensively. It'll fall at some point surely, so it's not like a huge loss. Actually, talking about potential losses, Kira might be getting a loss. Well, no, same, just going towards their own jungle, so no rotations to get the Camille down.
Yeah, again, only getting 2 kills early. I mean, Evelyn is scaling, I guess you're getting closer to the Drabadons, but it seems so difficult into these champions. Like, Loffa has to play pixel perfect, I feel like. Otherwise he has to use his ult early for defensive.
Engage coming in, and that's a locked down Milkshake. Kill over for Omnia's TP is coming from Strata behind here, gets rooted instantly and tries to use all out of the fight. Edo is the target, but yeah.
I think he used it on Camille, and then Camille went untargetable, perhaps? But he still went through?
Not sure, as Edo is now probably going to lose his life anyways. People does actually go for critical.
Still on the Baron.
Baron started by Fritfall, Seaman, critical around, people also joining, but it's a 3 versus 4. Baron's going low, and the Baron is secured by Loffe. The fight behind this now. Both Cassidy and Callistus fall instantly here as Crucible is looking to get maybe more. The reset still running. Loffe is the target, and the Evelyn without ultimate should fall here. See him just locking the Evelyn down for his ADC. 7 kills for the Jinx. They might have gotten a Baron, but 4 kills over for Lazy Life.
Yeah, the gold, interestingly, those days still stays completely even, but the comps, as we've been harping on over and over again, are definitely no longer even. The Jinx still picking up kill after such a rough early game. You can still see he's yet to reach the 200 mark in farm, but now he's sitting on 1,000 gold shutdowns nonetheless. Is that a teleport? No, just a flank actually.
Yes, Strata locked in here. Edo and Kira is trying to melt this Xante down and should have enough damage. Yeah, Edo with the finishing moves there. They do get a kill on a little bit overextended Strata, but I should be able to get this turret here as well. But yeah, I think Lazy Life generally fairly happy with what the last minute had in store.
Yeah, it all started with a pick on Milkshake, right? He got caught out of position, and then even after all of that, the Baron going over, still somewhat even, maybe even favorable for Lazy Life. Yeah. QT still looking for his 3rd item though, and Milkshake might be caught again actually.
Kira finding the jungler of Lazy Life, and Milkshake needing to flash away, as Fritfall are just trying to 5-man brute force the mid down.
Yeah, they still have one Baron buff.
People looking for a potential flank here, but I don't think you have follow-up, so needing to Rift Falk away. 2 turrets taken down with that push for Fritfall, and they get that gold lead back for themselves and some control over the river area for the next dragon potentially.
See a decent amount of magic resist being built up by Lazy as well. The double Sim might be caught out here.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage coming in, but actually gets nicely away from the fight with his ultimate. Loffe decides to not overextend for the Maokai. And now
okay, that's the Nautilus ult as well, and the Thalia ult.
Yeah, that is true. A lot of cooldowns used by Fritfall. And actually with that, they do seem to concede the pressure
Loffe
for
is
now.
looking for something though. They might be going on to Strato, or Loffe is looking for the hero flank, I think.
I'm not quite sure. As the
Really
dragon is
behind.
already taken.
No.
Huh. Well,
Okay.
not able to find the angle here, and
Yeah.
Lazy Life. Well, they already have 3 Chem Drake, so yeah, that was defused quite quickly by Lazy Life.
Yeah, what looks like a pick from Fritfall, able to get out of their sim, but then yeah, they've already used the Nautilus ult, used the Talia ult as well, and then yeah, they don't feel confident in fighting head-on afterwards. They're just a bit too tanky perhaps, even with 3 items on the Kalista now.
Yeah, Kalista definitely hitting their points here, but even like we've been parroting so much about how much the Jinx fell behind in the early game in the farm. Also at 3 items, obviously 7 kills. They are equal in gold. That's actually, yeah, pretty much everywhere except the top lane where Fritfall still has a gold advantage. Other than that, fairly decently even.
Posturing around the Baron, still 2 minutes out.
Yeah,
Milkshake
just need a
able
little
to-
bit of control over the area.
Got a small level lead now in the lane and has built up until his gets turret aggro still actually.
Yeah, Kire taking a lot of damage from Strato here, Q3 not quite able to land from the Xante. And the help coming for Kire, I don't know if Loffe was spotted, but yeah, Strato decides to not go too deep there. Kire also not in the position to take the 1v1 till the end.
But yeah, has built up the 3rd item now for Camille is definitely the more scary in the side lane. Does have the sustain from the Hydra too, so in a longer exchange potentially could do something. Strato might of course just be able to hold, like slowly lose turrets and then yeah, just be stable. It looks like that's what he's going for right now, backing off from the turret, so not taking any risk. Trying to just play it out safe. Their carries are strong. Kassadin on 3.5 items has the stopwatch active now as well. So we do
I don't think Loffe was...
almost spotted Loffe. Loffe looking for the flank yet again.
Yeah, Pibal is quite far up now, actually revealing himself. Milkshake goes on the Loffe, but the ultimate saves for now. Pibal decides otherwise. Omni and Calm both really low as well. Milkshake goes forward, Omni is down. And now Calm will follow his ADC into the graveyard, and Edo as well. Double kill for Critical, and once again Milkshake and Pibal able to take Loffe down at the start of fight. His second turret from mid falling instantly. Yeah. Doesn't quite well, the Hextech ultimatum. Almost making me alive.
He's cutting the wave actually, they have 1 minion. They can perhaps tank.
Strato is already half HP, I don't know if that's...
There's 1 caster minion, so making the turret be killable.
Oh,
The
well,
minion
now
is
that's
dead, I think
down.
it's actually holding.
Yeah, they do get one of the Nexus turrets. Kira? Does he get something back here as Critical? Still impassive, so we'll be able to run away, but TP's being...
Oh, they're pinging for the TP ward.
Yeah,
10 seconds on Edo.
Yeah, I don't think Kiras will be able to hold them, so yeah, 2 lives in the end paid for the Nexus turret, but yeah,
that should mean Baron, no? For Fritfall?
yeah, they will be able to stall it, using the TP to come around, and I don't think Critical does have ultimate, but that's really the only tool they can use to steal this potentially.
So that's Baron actually for Fritfall, what looked like might be the game, and then a hero play from Kira, able to find Pibal on the end of the fight. I guess Pibal not able to get his recall off and then cutting the wave. There was 1 caster left, I believe they were trying to tank it and then they got double executed and Kira was able to scare them off, and then yeah, the dragon is spawning soon. There's still... The gold has been almost dead even since the last caster minion had 10 HP apparently.
Yeah, I don't actually know where it died, like it...
Yeah,
it
I'm not
died,
sure
but to what
either.
it did.
Maybe one of the minions, I'm not sure.
Yeah. Well, anyways, next dragon up at the spawn as Milkshake not quite able to find onto Edo. People looking for him now. That ult coming in. Edo gets far enough away, so Milkshake now potentially caught here. As actually Strato finds in the background. Edo won't have another way to get out of this one, and Critical gets 1 reset here. Do they find more? Actually, snipe from the base. Kire taken down by Super Mega Death Rocket, and Omni is the next target. That should be a triple kill for Critical, and the Autofield ADC carrying this game in the end.
Yeah.
Buffett does take people down and is trying potentially to cut the wave. Once again, there's only 2 minions for them.
This time though, surely, right? There's only one
Surely.
turret, they can tank this forever. Yeah, that
Yeah.
should be the game. And I'm hoping to see an AD gap in chat by Kritibu there. Going down 50 CS, dying in the lane of course as well, but yeah. Kritibu is still Jinx. Jinx is still an excellent champion later on in the game. Gets a reset with his dive comp buddies, and yeah, it's just a happy camper in the bot lane. Killed him, did amazingly well. 12, and I think he only died once, right?
Yeah, that only one death for the Jinx. So Critical, you know, that top lane mentality. I can be 40-60 farm behind, but that's completely fine. I'll be helpful for my team later on, and helpful he was.
He's
Really
practiced
carrying that
with
game
this
for
for
his team.
years.
Yeah, the top lane mentality. I think he missed a couple of cannons for the true top lane mentality as well. Anyways, I think we can go for a little break before we come back with a little chat feed with one of the winners. So a few minutes and we'll be back. Okay, welcome back, and we're joined by jungler of Lazy Life, Milkshake. Hello, welcome. Thank you for the win over the Swedes. And congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you for having me in the interview. It was a nice game.
Yeah, it was exciting for us. You guys missed a couple of bans there. How much did that mess with your preparations, or was it all fine? We know what they're gonna pick now. How did that affect you guys?
So not having the first rotation bans, so the first 3 bans always hurt, but in case of our preparation, we didn't have a preparation, so it didn't hurt the preparation at all. So I guess that's fine. Yeah.
Prepared in a way, I guess, of the
Yes.
The Evelyn pick, especially this pick this early and into this comp. What do you think of the pick in general, and well, especially with the comp they decided to run with it, with locking in the Talia and the Evelyn this early on?
Well, I think Evelyn is an underrated pick if you can play it, since it's very strong, not only in solo queue but in competitive. It's getting played sometimes in the higher leagues, but not a lot. But it has its usage for sure. But I feel like in this game, with their particular comp, I thought there were champs that could have fit their comp better, since they have Kalista, Talia, so very strong pushing mid lane and bot lane. And we have Cassadon on mid lane, which cannot really do anything before level 6, and after level 6 it's still kinda iffy. So I thought like a more proactive jungler in the early game would have been way better for them. But you?
Yeah, I think you hit the nail in the head there. What were the comps like from the bot lane? You have Critical coming in as a little bit of an autofill here. He was a little bit down in form. Was there any bad sounds coming from the bot lane, or was it, yeah, I'm fine down here, no need to assist me?
Well, my support asked him after he got like frozen for 2 minutes. He asked him, "How's the AD carry experience?" And he was like, "Yeah, it's fun." So he definitely didn't enjoy it the first couple of minutes until like minute 15, and then he got some kills, and that snowballed his lead. We knew if we reach a certain point, 2-3 items on both carries, and if they're not behind, we just steamroll on 3 items. So the moral was still high, but he definitely did not enjoy playing AD carry.
The weak side experience in top lane, and then
Yes.
finally getting the weak side experience on Jinx as well. But he pulled through, and yeah, like you said, he was able to have a bit more fun in the later parts of the game.
For sure.
Yeah. Well, anyways, I think that's going to be enough for us. Thank you once again for coming, and thank you for beating the Swedes, knocking them down a back for us later on. Anyways,
Okay.
we'll hope to see, or we will see you a little bit more later on. Thanks for coming, and see you on the Rift.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Well, hello and welcome back again. It's the game 2 of the day 2 of NLC RPS. It is Freefall versus Hootis Gaming. I'm giga excited for this one. I didn't get to cast. No, I got cast one game of Finland versus Sweden last time around, but this will be giga exciting.
Yeah, especially when they've already taken a beating in the first game, courtesy of our Norwegian first seed. So definitely looking good.
I'm having a little bit of a cramp. I need to. Oh yeah, that's the stuff. Teki hyvä. Yeah. Okay. So with that out of the way, Hootis, coming second seed from Finland. They have shown a few different types of gameplay. Obviously, they have some experience. Puppe has been around for ages, around anywhere. Their mid laner JNBN. Most likely people know him by the name Massive, and he was already promoted once to Division 2 with Blue Whites a year ago. So a little bit of experience there.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what they can pull out, and I'm also very interested in seeing if Fitfall is making changes to their game plan. We saw they had some pocket picks, some adaptation. Maybe felt a bit forced to go for the early game rather than full scaling into the Kassadin, especially from P-Ball. So interested to see if they will stick with the Evelyn, try to pair it up with something that makes maybe a bit more sense, and then otherwise they could of course drop the Evelyn, do something completely different. I'm interested to see how they will adapt after their first loss.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. They probably didn't expect to get all the stuff they got, and then Lazy Life went for completely counter their normal playstyle, so they needed to go for something completely different. It'll be interesting to see now that Hootis Gaming has all of the bans available to them. That Freefall, does it make their game plan more suitable for them when they aren't expecting to get those Evelyns and other stuff for themselves?
Yeah, I mean, maybe even they feel confident giving the Evelyn after seeing how it plays into maybe rougher champions, and with maybe not the best synergy. You could see how difficult it was for the Evelyn to ever step up. I believe the first time she really got caught, then she was just trying to chunk out the Jinx, right? And then just got caught, forced to ult out early, and then the Maokai ult coming in through, the Vi ult, etc. They had so much dive, so they had easy crowd control, something she had to respect and ult early, and then it just looked fairly difficult to play Evelyn well in those kinds of scenarios.
Yeah, and with Hootis Gaming's picks that they have Apo in the jungle, plays that same Vi that we just saw, but also plays some really aggressive junglers that can go for the early invades, and with the sort of supportive playstyle JNBN can play in the mid lane. That's an interesting duo if they just go full on into Freefall's jungle, and maybe if they let that Evelyn go through, try to abuse it a little bit. Well, the Vi we saw last game, not gonna happen again. Freefall don't want to play against it.
Understandable, honestly. And then we have the Evelyn ban instantly, so we will see something else from Loffe. Maybe it felt like the Vi especially made it difficult for Evelyn. Had to either ult early to nullify the Vi ult, or try to tank it and then use it later. But yeah, with the Evelyn already out, I'm interested to see if Loffe will pull out. You said he also had some Kayn games, kind of similar to Evelyn, wants to farm up early. Can also obviously go for both the blue and the red Kayn. I believe there is unless there's been a hotfix, but we are on tournament round, so I doubt it. I believe there's a bug right now with the Hydra item, not giving any lethality. So that might make the Kayn pick a bit painful, as that's generally one of the core items.
Yeah, I think more commonly seen from them lately is the Udyr in the jungle, something that's fallen off, but still a very Loffe pick that goes for that late game scaling, but also can support lanes earlier on with the burst and stun and stuff like that. Bans coming through already, no Skarner this game, not the Evelyn either. Orianna coming first pick for Freefall, also a pick away from JNBN.
Yeah, I mean, locks in the mid laner once again, already having the Evelynn out. Perhaps we can get some more physical damage in the jungle combo, and also perhaps something to deliver the ball with. The Vi is already out, but you obviously have a lot of different options. The Ahri we talked about in the last series, it was banned, right? So definitely something that's risen to priority for well, almost all of the teams in this patch. Even got a slight nerf, I believe, in this patch, but other champions have been nerfed similarly, and with her early item, the Lost Chapter item that gives you the ultimate cooldown, etc. Just such a good item for Ahri.
Yep.
Yeah.
Combined with the Viego here, this is a very bread and butter combination for Hootis. They pretty much paired this whenever it was open. And yeah, Aapo, Champion play really well together with these two champions. A lot of skirmishes that can be played. Udyr coming in for Loffe. Not a champion that really goes nowadays for those early skirmishes. Is okay if you have a lot of strength, but don't really want to play that skirmish style with Orianna. If the side lanes are good, then we might see a lot of Udyr in the river, but the 2v2 in the middle, not as much of a priority for him as well. That hover made me think for a moment. But Renekton, one of the more aggressive picks from Kirei as well. Similarly to Camille, but more even for the lane dominance.
Yeah, Loffe, does he tend to go for the AP builds, do you know, or does he tend to head towards like the more full tank approach of Udyr? I would assume it's the Liandry build, right? So then, yet again, they kind of lock in fairly heavy AP mid and jungle. But then, yeah, getting the Renekton in there as well to make sure that they get some decent and consistent physical damage in the fights.
In all honesty, I'm not certain what build he goes for, because I only checked the SOL like challenger mode, but there was only like 1 or 2 games because of tournament code stuff happening during the season, so not a lot of info other than the picks really there. Nautilus coming in for Puppe, so that's game number 89 or something for him on that champion this split. And Jinx taken away from Omni. Something that commonly Hootis doesn't want to play against those super scaling ADCs.
Yeah, it would make sense to create to finish out the front to back comp with something like a Jinx for Omni. Ashe also out already. Varus is out just by having all of the bans in this second game, where we're seeing the AD carry pool actually being fairly pinched. Now you have 2 of the hyper carries already out, so going to have to dig deeper. I don't know if you want to play Kalista necessarily into the squad on the other side either. Assume Takis is just gonna lock the AD carry. They already have the Nautilus. Might even go for the Kalista themselves, honestly, but we'll have to see what they wanna kite the Udyr with.
Yeah, going for Kalista without seeing the enemy bot lane is kinda
is that a
odd,
misban?
I think. Yeah, I think that's just a missed ban. I didn't even any hovers even see though, so that's probably just a missed ban there. But yeah, as you said, a lot of the ADCs taken down. This obviously leaves something like Takis' more pocket picks. Samira is there if the bot lane allows for it, so I might even expect a oh wait, never mind, Nari is already banned. So maybe a top laner blindable here. Or not blindable, but playable in the Renekton. And we see Ornn, so a little bit of engaged partner for the Nautilus. And that means the final pick will be the ADC for Takis there.
Yeah, so they definitely want to play around their bot side, it would seem. They have a strong mid-jungle. They would like to take the early fights. They have the Nautilus. Syra Khan is somehow still open, though. It might just be locked in here for Omni and Calm. Honestly, not too bad being able to lock this duo this late in, and yeah, maybe something they forgot a bit about.
Yeah, really strong duo to get at this point of the draft, but also, you know, Xayah in vacuum against the draft from the other side is very strong. You have Featherstorm to dodge out on Nautilus full ult or Ornn ult. And we see a Raven here, so not quite the Samira, but another fairly lane dominant ADC for Takis coming in here.
Oof, yeah, I don't know, it feels Feels like getting the Syra Khan at this point in the draft with the comp they have into a lot of diving and a lot of short range on the side of the hug tag here with the beautiful man, I guess, with the sunglasses. Yeah. I feel like they got away. I feel like they shouldn't have gotten this at this point in the draft. It should make the game fairly easy to play, honestly, if they can be even. But on the other side, though, they have so much playmaking, right? So should still be able to take them, catch them off guard a bit with the Nautilus, with the Ari, perhaps Flash Charm, etc., and the Viego as well in these potentially scrappy fights. So I'll have to see how it pans out.
I think with a Draven pick here in the end, like even if you get the Syra Khan as the last 2 picks, which is ludicrous to think about, but the Draven here really warps the game in the sense that instead of that, the Viego maybe going for those 2v2 around the mid lane or going towards the top side, now you got Ornn there, you got Orianna on the other side, and Udyr, who really don't want to fight the early game. Maybe the Apo will be looking towards that bot side and maybe try and accelerate Takis' Draven early on. I'm hearing some in-game sounds, so we will be getting onto the Rift real soon here. Interesting to see how this game pans out.
Always a good sign when you start to hear the Summoner's Rift sound. We might have a pause. No? Still hearing the sound, so I guess we're heading in, yeah. Might be going for some early level 1 shenanigans with the Nautilus. They do have some decent champions, as we do see the Congo line going down into the bottom lane.
Yeah, I'm expecting a little play called Häröpallo, which we have in Finland. 5 guys just walking up into a brush and with the Nautilus and going for a hook. However, Omni really careful about this one, just dropping a ward in the dry brush and actually Hoot is not even going for the play, just having people walk down there and then backing off. On the other side, Fritfall just doing the 5-pointer, Omni and Calm holding hands together. They don't want to be picked out solo.
Minions have spawned.
Yeah, looks like we're just having another standard level 1, only looking for vision, not looking for anything else. Summoner spells, we do have the ghosts for Saya, ghost for... never mind.
Yeah, late invade coming in from...
But they have warded it actually, they expect this.
Yeah, they're looking for a Lofe on the Raptors, but there is no one around, and up we'll start from there. I think the ward on blue, red buff should see up going over there as well, so they will know. Viego starting in their jungle. Lofe should be able to go for the vertical here as soon as they see the Viego.
Yeah, but then you are committing to the split map versus with the Draven lane and for the Syra Khan. Kind of a good start, I would say, for the Draven.
And they pause here. There's always, when you go for tournament realm, some guys don't get their all setups transferred over. I can hear the chat going, so they're probably just discussing it with the admins. What's happening? Oh, just going forward. Interesting. Probably something that's not too big of a deal.
Yeah, we did have
such a quick pause.
We did have a swap on Water Realm we were deciding to play on, right? So perhaps some small settings had to be sorted out.
Yeah, probably that. Anyways, early levels, nothing too fancy going on. Apo spotted in the river by Calm and just going back to his own side of the jungle.
We do see, Udyr, obviously, going to have to commit to the split map here. We do see Apo wanting to contest this. I believe the Raptors will be gone, but the Udyr, definitely not a weak early jungler, but Viego with this level 3 conquer. Yeah, gonna force the Udyr out, and then he's actually out of camps already. Will be interesting to see where he decides to go even.
Even with the push from Edo, Lofe not wanting to go for the potential fight there, so
yeah,
not wanting to take any risk as Pupe. Lucky forward, Calm uses W early on, needs to jump to his ADC and gets away for a moment. as Takis just throws an axe, and a lot of damage onto Calm. As in the mid lane, now Edo taking chunked down, doesn't have mana, still has flash, uses that. Apo doesn't have cooldowns to go for the follow-up as, well, that's an important flash away from Edo. In the top lane, Teho and Kira, a little bit of trading, but not much else.
I'm not sure what spells Luffe even has at this point. He might not even have his bear stance at level 3. So, not able to turn around the... no, he doesn't actually, yeah. So, not able to turn around the gank forced by Apo. Trades the flash and that's it.
Yeah, I think that's still a winning play from Hotis just to get the flash away from Edo. Means that with Genbian hitting level 6, Edo needs to play fairly far back.
Wow, look up. He keeps just going for these fights, going for these ganks. He's leaving camps. Krugs hasn't been touched, skipping his blue buff, doing the crab now, I guess, and then has to cover his bot lane, I assume. So Luffe still a bit on welfare.
From Puppet to get that aftershock. Now both supports are really low. Taki is not quite able to finish off Calm as he flashes away. But ignites from both sides, burned, flash from Rakan, and that Rakan really squishy in the earlier stage of this game.
They know he's spacing here though. Yeah, gonna stop him once at least.
They can do this again, Loffe is around as well. Takis now.
Ooh, but Puppa's already left him. Loffe does have the ghost, he can just burn the ghost to at least to get some summoners. I think this is a dead Draven.
Yeah, Takis going for the exchange, but is stunned, doesn't use the heal. Actually does use the heal, but gets bursted down, and that's first blood for Omni.
A greedy recall there by Takis. Puppa took the safer recall to make sure he didn't get stopped. But as a Draven player, I guess you need to cosplay a bit there, use his massive ego and just show who's boss and throw some axes at them if they try to step up like that, but gets punished.
Yeah, a little bit of a Draven moment there. As once again looking towards the mid lane, but there's vision now for Edo to keep him safe. Loffe around, so potential 2v2 here actually as well. Puppe and Calm nearby, so well, I think both sides are just okay with the current state of game, not wanting to force anything they aren't completely happy with.
Yeah, I mean, it was such a massive start for Apo in the jungle, though. Getting 3 quadrants basically, forcing Luffe off after the Raptor steal, but now he has equalized the CS score as Apo has been looking for fight after fight, and Luffe even picking up the assist there, as completed his boots, picked up the early Dark Seal as well, and he's in a good spot, looking to start the grubs now as well. Does have the mid lane and the top lane priority at the moment, and no supports have moved as of yet, so should maybe just be a trade, Dragon for grubs.
Yeah, Alpha coming towards the boss side as W missing from Calm. Takis gets a lot of damage in, but not even close to taking Calm down. Those grubs are going down as Kira will be joining his jungler, and in the bot side, as we were talking, Alpha already starting that dragon, and we'll have some assistance from his bot lane. Grubs over for free ball, and Lotus with the dragon.
Yeah, pretty stable game. Yet again, honestly, I kind of expected a bit more of a few bloody games in this tournament. It's the best of one. People are picking their comfort champions, but fairly respectful, I would say, for the most part. And just both teams are happy playing stable until we start to see some dragons stacking up, at least I think. As I say that, Apo looking again mid lane.
Yeah,
no flash.
Flash just about to come back as Genbian, taking a lot of damage here. Loffe needs to try to get onto Genbian, but Flash for Shalaf. Flash used actually for as well forward and gets the kill. Couple of turret shots, but that's okay. Genbian.
Wow,
aggressive there.
And that was their 2v1. Edo able to play it out, gets his flash back up to finish a kill even. I believe the wave must have been the big difference maker there, making it hard for either the charm or the stun. Luffe still has flash, the Draven.
Hook used by Puppe, Calm. W flash by Takis. Puppe taking a ton of damage here as Luffe now turns his attention Puppe still wants to potentially go for something. Hook onto Calm. Takis gets to draw his
Diego is on
axes
the
for
way.
free. And that's some stacks over for Takis. Omni now turning his... Oh, actually double kill for Takis. Puppe taken down, and that's 3 for Takis. Oh, that Draven
Wow.
is getting kind of big out of that play. But well played from Puppe to turn the play around.
Yeah, well done. Sacrifices himself there for the greater Draven. And yes, already on the shutdown now. CS lead as well. Apo able to come in on the end. Costs a few flashes, of course, but a good turn on the play nonetheless. Maybe a bit of an unfortunate execution there, not able to get the stun on the Draven before Calm goes for the W in, and that results in him able to flash out. Puppe as well able to flash out, and yeah, in the longer fight they're able to turn around.
Yeah, the 1300 gold difference in favor of Takis. That's a BF sword's worth of gold and BF sword in the backpack for Takis as well. But yeah, smallish gold lead for the side of Pitfall, as actually that equals out as Champion gets the minions from mid lane, and really nothing to talk of in that sense. Interesting to see where the game goes from this point on. 2 minutes until the dragon. As we were talking, Apo had a really nice early game battle. Loffe has been able to catch up on farm. Udyr very fast clear in the game.
Yeah, fairly similar to Evelyn in that sense. We see he keeps just power farming full clear after full clear, trying to stay ahead. He's at least equalized the early game, as we said. See so much vision in his jungle now, though. They have complete information most of the time where Loffe decides to go.
Yeah, I think Puppe had like the second or third highest vision score out of supports in the Finnish Pro League. So good usage of that. In this game, obviously, at this point, it's been a team effort to get all that vision down. Loffe has been able to make their way into the tri-brush now. Puppe is up there. Takis gets rooted and instant engaged by Calm onto the Draven. No summoners to use anymore, and that's Takis taken down and shut down for Loffe. Maybe not the target they wanted to go on, but we'll get a little bit of damage from that as he is going for that AP build.
Yeah, good patient play there. You could see they were all ready to get the wave crash in, and Takis stepping up a bit too far again. Wanted to make sure the recall from Edo goes through, but yeah, Takis stepping up, wanted to make sure that the wave would crash, and then Calm waiting slightly behind, goes in with the ultimate, and a pretty easy pickup. As you say, Loffe picking up the kill obviously will speed up his clear a bit, makes him get a bit closer to his tank items after the Leandris, but yeah, would definitely want the kill on Omni Saya.
Yeah, Loffe now finding up on the Grubbies, and Heartbreaker force from the Viego. 5-1 go the Grubbies in favor of the Swedes. Loffe just able to get there, and Kira able to join his jungle on this mission. Actually looking at the items now, first break wounds coming through for Edo and Omni on this side of Pitfall with Kraken Slayer and the...
Double pickaxe on Takis, actually.
I think... I'm not even sure what
he
to
just
think
wants
about
the
this.
AD.
Yeah. Puppe looking for a hook here. Champion going forward, actually gets stunned by Loffe, but Loffe quite squishy at this point
you're
of
not
the game.
that stanky yet. You even had a shutdown and goes down there, finishes the Leandrian base now, but yeah, still no real defensive stats other than Udyr's incredible base stats, of course.
Yeah.
Goes down, and that's another dragon over a mountain dragon as well. They would have loved to pick that up.
Yeah. Also, DH. Nice hook from Puppe onto Calm, and that's a kill number 4 on the Takis. I was already going for the next point of conversation here, but
there's the top laner.
Yeah, Kira.
And the turret is already gone.
Yeah, leave a Renekton to a turret, and that'll happen. Yeah, they hope or DH using his TP to join the fight in the bot side just to confirm the kills. So second the lane, and the first turret goes over for Pitfall because of the TP.
Yeah, costly TP for sure. This is a rich crocodile, 30 CS lead, and all of the plates, I assume he picked them up. And then the first turret gold as well is going to be an accelerated crocodile. Gonna have to get some peel for the backliners if Kira comes on the flank. Could be difficult for Draven to deal with.
Yeah, true. Draven a little bit of self-peel in his kit with the stand aside, I think, and Champion obviously with the charm and Puppe a little bit, but well, I don't know. Puppe probably doesn't want to use his stuff too defensively. He wants to be able to set up for his carries on the aggressive side of things. We'll see how they decide to play these games, but yeah, true, Kire will be an annoyance for both JNBN and Buckis in the later stages. And here we see the gold, a lot of gold advantage for the side of Kire in the top lane.
Yeah. Not as rich as this Draven though, even with all of the plates, but yeah, Draven getting a few passive cash-ins, getting a few plates, hitting the turret as we speak as well. The Infinity Edge first item though, I'm not sure if that's the most cost-efficient build, definitely, but of course, as he gets more items, it's going to be a lot better, and of course it still gives a decent amount of AD, but yeah, I mean, that's maybe a result of all of the pickaxes he decided to buy early.
True. As we actually see Loffe in the jungle of Hootis Gaming, now needing to be defensive, actually getting picked off the ult use from DH and JNBN. Ooh, not quite shockwave from Edo, but yeah, kill over to DH here, as Takis and Puppen both are also in the mid lane to catch this wave. JNBN needing to go base.
Yeah, that's gonna start hurting if Loffe keeps getting picked off like this. He needs to stay ahead as Udyr. He needs to, especially in levels, as a jungler with the zero mobility tools apart from just running at your opponent. If he doesn't stay ahead in farm as a level 9 Udyr right now, equal in level to Takis, it's going to be difficult for him to find an impact, so gonna have to be careful about any future plays doesn't have the get out of jail free card in the Evelyn ult this game.
That is very much true. Unstable for a while. Loffe can be a shockwave coming forward from Edo just to clear some of those minions out and chunk Takis and Apo. And
yeah, they're just brute forcing it.
Yeah.
Yeah, well done. They're just brute forcing it. Good chunk on with the Orianna ult as well. Level 12 here. Has his boots finished up. The Seraph as well fully stacked. Has to respect the Orianna burst as we do see Takis picking up his second item, making it look a bit more normal with his inventory right now.
Yeah, you rarely see the second item collector after Infinity Edge, but yeah, at this point, the Draven really strong, a full item ahead of Omni. Obviously not those updated, upgraded boosts, but still a very strong position for Hootis, and I think they want to fight here. I'm not quite able to land a hook onto Calm, but any objective within the next couple of minutes is something that Hootis will fight tooth and nail for, as Hapa still looking towards potentially going for Calm.
Yeah, looking to try to force down the turret, but it's a bit hard to step into all of these feathers. Apo looking for the Raptor revenge take, that's jungle prio secured.
The most important objective in the game, the Raptors.
Yeah, it's basically the jungle gap objective. If you're the jungler who gets all of the Raptors, then clearly you're the better player. So, well done to Apo staying ahead.
Yeah, that's probably the reason why Loffe has been invading here as well. Want to get the jungle gap.
They're marking territory.
Anyways, Kira looking for a potential flank here. JNBN actually the flank of a flank here. I think he was spotted, so going towards the bot side again. The ball from Edo. Zoning out DH here as Free are trying to get some of that. A nice shockwave onto Takis, needs to flash away instantly. As now on the backside, JNBN looking for Edo. What was that's going on? The rest of the team from Hoot is just getting smashed apart. JNBN, does he get one back? No, Edo not quite falling down, and Free take 4 down from the side of Hootis Gaming.
Yeah, just like that, they blow the game wide open, and especially Edo with an incredible Orianna catches Takis off guard. He forces both sums instantly, but he's not able to deal any damage, and he's most of the gold lead. And when you're playing a reset comp with Viego, the Draven already outplayed the Ari, not able to do enough right now, and with this massive crocodile in the front line as well, you can see DH items. It's a bit of a he is working towards stuff, but he's not quite there yet. So A rough fight, but wow, surprising that they were able to just cleanly win like that off of a good ultimate on the Draven, most importantly.
Yeah, I think they were expecting the Ahri to be a little bit more in there, and a little bit surprised by the Shockwave. Edo's ball was very nicely placed. I missed it completely until the Shockwave came through, at least. So just probably the players having a little bit of trouble of seeing through that turret.
Yeah, maybe I've seen some Orianas try to hide it in terrain and stuff. It's been patched to be a bit more obvious, but maybe it was hovering over the turret as they had already taken the mid lane turret down. Could be how he tricked Takis into a false sense of security.
Yep. 4K called it about for Freefall here, as they also able to widen the mid lane open with those 2 turrets now down and also inhib turret down. So next fight they can already crack the base if they want. Who is looking for a fight here?
Yeah.
By Puppe and Apple, but calm, Omni, not stepping up there.
Yeah, and with most of the damage from coming out of this Draven right now, obviously physical damage, and Luffe able to catch up in experience, has the Frozen Heart completed as well now. It's gonna be... And the second item on Kira, this level 13 Renekton with Ninja Tabis as well. Ahri still only on 1.5 item.
Calm, going onto Puppe, but instant hook to stop the engage and stop the fight completely as both sides peel off and just return to their normal daily actions.
Freefall is in such a comfortable spot right now. You can see they have complete control over side lane.
Yeah.
Of course, Edo paying respect to all of the mobility from Ahri and potentially someone being behind, but yeah, Kira just pushing up, walking into mid. Looks difficult to find anything here. You see they can keep constantly looking, and here we have it.
Apple needing to use the Heartbreaker away and a flash also. DH now trying to peel for his team as Takis now able to hit on the Calm JNB and on the side with a Spirit Rush available, but not going for anything here. Hood is just a little poke onto Freefall's support as their own jungler was forced away. Once again, Freefall a little bit up on display as Puppe trying to go for a hook, but Calm able to dance away from the hook.
Constantly fishing, Puppe looking for an opportunity for his team to actually get some damage in. They really rely on these CC tools for Draven especially to be able to hit. You can see the Crocodile with 0 MR just tanking the full Ahri combo, doesn't really dent him that much.
Yeah, both teams now standing around mid lane, but Freefall has the prio for mid.
See bot as well, bleeding.
Yeah. Champion now cutting the wave so they can't get the push going. But it's really hard for Hoods to find anything here. Freefall not giving them a chance to go for an engage.
Yeah, we are in a bit of an ARAM state. Puppe looking again.
Yeah, Puppe drops his ultimate instantly on Kire, and Shockwave only landing onto DH. Champion on the backside while Takis also gets knocked up by Calm, but does get damage in. Now Featherstorm coming in for Omni and able to take the Draven down. JNBN and Apple now 2v3 against the Freefall guys. Omni flashing forward, does get Apple down. JNBN now trying to get away the charm onto Xayah, but that's not enough as Kira is helping his ADC there, and the fight for the side of Freefall and the Baron going for them as well.
Yeah, surely they can do this, right? The Baron still hurt so much these days. Edo does have some shielding, but I'm not 100% sure they can actually do this.
Yeah.
Maybe if they change. Yeah, I think Kira has to stop tanking them. Maybe. Yeah, no, it's fine. They have the Seraph shield as well. They have enough enough mana.
Enough damage, enough health,
teleport, but just a bit too late.
Yeah, DH not able to join fast enough, and that's a 5-person Baron for Freefall. Puppe still a little bit looking around, but all of Freefall have gone to base already, and are empowered by the Baron for the next couple of minutes. 20 seconds for the next Drake up. For that, both teams Hood is slightly in a better position for now, but of course Freefall with the gold lead.
The super strong solo laners are making the difference here. Yeah, Apo able to... Oh, Puppe!
Hook onto Edo, but Edo with a massive shockwave. Takis able to get away for now. Loffe, however, running towards the Draven and gets a stun and just deletes the bot lane of Hootis Gaming. Kire going forward, and that's Genbian also down DH. Now the final Mohican is standing, but no, not enough, and that's a clean ace for Freefall, and Freefall will be taking down the Finnish second seed.
Yeah, good comeback from the first game of the day from Fritfall. Looked in control for most of this game, honestly. A few oopsies in the bottom lane, but solo lanes especially coming out ahead in this one, and Edo even buying the book on Oriana as well. 20 stacks, 2-0, 13 scoreline. They were a bit too strong for the Finnish second seed.
Yeah, a couple of really nice shockwaves from Edo, always finding onto the Draven, and then just Loffe and Omni doing the damage there in the end to finish out the fights. I think we're gonna go for a short break before we get to chat with one of the Freefall guys, so don't touch that browser, just a couple of minutes. Welcome back to an interview with the Freefall top laner, Kirei, small cute little gnome boy here. How are you doing?
I'm doing well, thanks.
With that game, a completely different look to the first one against Lazy in Life. Was this something that you decided that, okay, that kind of thing doesn't work right now, or is it like forced by the enemy team having bans this time around?
Yeah, I think we had a strategy planned out against bans, and we got a little bit thrown off when they didn't ban anything. No, I'm kidding. This one, we felt a bit more comfortable. I think maybe some nerves first game. I think everyone played well this one, and I think we played okay last game, but it didn't go all the way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, definitely looked a bit more solid in this one. On our stream, we didn't really get to see much of top lane. As you can imagine, the camera was mostly on the junglers and the bottom lane. How did you feel your top matchup was going? It looked like it was fairly comfortable with a fairly decent lead, and you even got the solo turret all by yourself.
Yeah, the top matchup was good. I mean, I play Renekton versus a tank, so I'm expected to get a little bit of a lead. And then, I mean, the problem with Renekton is sometimes you're not so useful in team fights. The tank kind of outscales you. But I think we managed to take fights when I had a power spike, and it worked quite well.
Yeah, it looked unstoppable when you hit your, especially your second item spike. No one could really touch you. So I think you guys played well around your items.
Yeah, looking at the other teams in the group, Linus Creed Academy, DMG, DK, and Leo Esports, what are you expecting from those matchups coming forward?
I'm not quite sure. I think Leo we have played against before. I think they are quite good. They can play very well if they have a good game. So I think teams have to be a bit careful of them. Otherwise, I don't really know how strong all the teams are. I haven't watched the Danish league too much, so I'm not sure. I think we can beat them though.
Yeah, you would have to watch an incredible amount of games to have, well, at least a good overview of all of the teams in this tournament. So that's fairly understandable. Gotta wait it out. It's just the first day, and we'll see as the tournament goes on. Should be people should get a bit of a clearer picture of each other.
Yeah, we'll watch the games and see what's what.
Yep. Well, thank you for the interview. Congratulations for the win. And when we go after the break, we'll be back with Lazy Life going against Who Is Gaming.
Yeah, thank you.
and welcome back to the last game of the first half of today. Is there any harder way to say this? Anyways, it is once again Debs and Dagrig, and we are here with Hootis versus Lazy in Life. Your representative looked quite strong in the first game of today. Mine didn't.
Yeah, I mean, this tournament is starting to feel a bit like the Winter Olympics, I have to say. Norway is looking good, undefeated so far. And going into Hootis gaming now, just coming off of a loss. Maybe they are also able to bounce back, just like Fritfall were, but obviously as the Norwegian representative and looking at Lazy in Life being a fairly strong team, even with Kutibu on the weak side Jinx, I'm obviously expecting them to do well again.
Yeah, he played really well in the first game, going down some farm, but the first fight, it was just your most, what's the word? The most Jinx-like game. You fall a little bit in lane, but the first skirmish you get kills, and then it's just over.
Lane matters, right? When you fall down like a level and 50 CS versus the Kalista, but then you get into the team fights and Jinx gets one reason, and it's like all of that is nullified. It doesn't even matter.
Yeah, exactly. And similar to comparing to Hootis' side on the last game, they got an advantage in the bot lane at the start. They weren't able to capitalize on other places in the map, like Edo losing their flash early on, but Alp and Champion just not able to find kills there. Takis got a really strong early lead, but wasn't able to convert it to anything really.
No, looked a bit rough, honestly, when they have such a fighting, let's say, fist-fighting composition, and if they're not able to find these early kills with the Viego burning flash, with Ari not really being ahead, and then Doriana just having a really easy time in team fights, playing with the ball, making it hard for Takis to step up and do his thing, and finding they just started lacking damage. Hootis gaming with their comp when they weren't able to just go in on every single hook from Pepe and blow someone up.
Yeah, so two completely different entrance points into the next one. Here, obviously, a lot of contested picks between these two teams. Both junglers play the Vi and Viego. Both mid laners are really prolific Ari and Talia players, for example. So there's contest between those, and well, Soon plays Engage and Puppe plays Engage. So a lot of overlap in the champion pools. Will be interesting to see how that will affect the draft, especially now that I believe Lazy Life should have all of their bans for this one.
Yeah, as far as I'm aware, and they're also on the red side this time, so I'm gonna have to ban some of the first picks, at least if they don't want to give some of the power picks over. I mean, we'll have to see if Skarner goes through. The Ari, as you said, they could be a good pick, maybe early, maybe they want to save it for maybe red 3, or we'll have to see where their prioritized lie. I feel like when you have an auto-filled AD carry like this as well, just getting him on something comfortable, like the Jinx, for instance, just something he can always be useful on, unless they want to pick him a mage or something other than that. And I think that's something they should prioritize and probably will, but apart from that, it will be interesting to see where their priorities lie.
What kind of champions does Credible play as ADC? You said you have a little bit of experience.
Yeah, I feel like it's mostly Jinx then, right? Okay. I mean, he can play, obviously he can play like other stuff, but I think Jinx is just like the default. So we'll have to see if he gets his hands on it on the red side. Been first picked quite a few times in this tournament already, and knowing it's a limited pool might be something Hootis Gaming wants to punish.
Yeah, definitely. We saw Takis Jinx as well during the FPL playoffs. Played really well on the champion, but just wasn't able to take down Epic Avalanche in their first round playoff matchup. Pams coming in, ADCs, Varus and Ashe. Obviously Ashe a flex pick here. As actually, I think that's 2 Puppes on the draft sheet for some reason. Well, anyways, Hootis on the blue side and Lazy in Life on the red side.
The double agent.
Interesting to see him.
I mean,
he has played in Norwegian League.
Yeah, exactly. He's played a few splits in Norway, so yeah, making use of that experience here, playing both sides.
Oriana taken away from people here. as well as that Y from Apo Milkshake doesn't think he'll get to play that if they leave it open.
Actually, one of the things I remember Kritibu does play is, well, that sometimes it's been in the mid lane, but if they want to do something really spicy, it could be the Nico. I was just thinking about, like, maybe Puppe is, or like, Sim is going for the Nico pick, disguising himself as Puppe, but yeah. I think if they don't get the Jinx, maybe they just default, like, Varus is out. That's also one of the standard, like, AD carry picks you can just still pick into any draft, right? Maybe if the Jinx first pick gets away from them, then yeah, maybe they just go for some mage champion. I'm not sure. I was thinking about Senna comps, especially something that they could try to pull off, as you often see sort of a Bruiser or something like a Gragas even, or a Sion, like some top lane champion they could pair with the Senna. But we'll have to see if the Jinx goes through or not. Skarner is open.
Yeah, Skarner is open. First of the day, really interesting to see where Hootis is going to take this. Obviously, top lane jungle has seen play. Also, there's been some talk about support Skarner. I haven't personally seen that, but a really strong sounding pick. Jinx Ari, these picks are coming in hot and fast.
Yeah, I can imagine support Skarner actually with something like the Kalista. Could definitely be a thing. Obviously, with such high base stats and good HP scaling, you kind of want some gold on the champion, right? So,
yep.
Probably a better champion in the top lane, maybe jungle, but yeah, they took the trade. They say, I mean, Lazy Life basically said there that yeah, you can have Skarner, it's OP, we get it, but at least we get Jinx for Kritibu, and we should be good.
Yeah, Lucian Nami, so bit of a throwback. Lately it has been more of a Lucian Melio duo, which is something that Hootis has played quite a bit, but Nami here, obviously, if you can land that bubble onto Ari or Jinx, it'll be an easy one-shot for Lucian to follow that up. Obviously, if they are picking this Alistar for Sim, which they are,
yeah,
that's not longer as easy of a lane to play for Lucian Nami.
No, I mean, I feel like this means we're having some more weak side Jinx, because this is one of Sim's favorite champions. He loves his movement speed, he loves just running around on the map, creating opportunities for the rest of his team, and with the Ari locking as well. I feel like Kritibu is in for a rough time here versus the Lucian Nami. The Alistar are not the strongest laner, probably can't ever go in here unless there's jungle interference, so yeah, Kritibu getting the weak side treatment in AD carry role, honestly. I feel a bit bad for him at this point, but this is definitely something Sim is extremely comfortable on, and he should be able to make up this difference elsewhere.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see like what kind of a jungler or Hoot is going to go, because if it's once again the same story with the Jinx being left alone in the bot lane, Lucian Nami definitely has damage to dive that Jinx. Might need a little bit of a jungle assistant in the early game, but it's gonna be interesting. Second phase of bans coming through. Sylas and Syndra taken away from Hootis. Obviously, Alistar, you don't want to give that to Sylas. Santa taken away from Strato, really good first game on that. And Viego taken away from Milkshake.
Yeah, I mean, the Xin Zhao is still open. I do love the fighter pairings when you have something like the Nami already. But of course, this might also be a Skarner in the jungle. We'll have to wait and see. They haven't broken the flex yet. Hecarim here. I mean, it is comfortable. Ooh, the Olaf actually, wow. I mean, you don't really have an Enchanter here. You don't have the Orianna, you have the Alistar, and then you just slam the Olaf at this point. I assume maybe it's a top lane pick. Maybe they expect it to be the Skarner top, and Olaf is something they're willing to play into it. We'll have to see.
Yeah, it'll be interesting, as Hootis will now need to reveal their hand where the Skarner is going to be going. First off, is a mid laner for JNBN, Azir, one of his more played champions, got a few really nice shovels on the champion during this split. Obviously came in midway through it, but really nice plays on the Azir, also history with the champion. Then last pick to reveal where the Skarner is going, in the hands of Apo in the jungle or DH in the top lane. And it's an R. Yeah, DH had... If the Finnish scene has been memeing about the Puppe Nautilus being played 100 million thousand times, I think DH Nar has been at least the same amount. Like, it's his most played by far. And one of the one of the spices the roster brings us sometimes.
But does he play more or less skins than Armut?
I don't know. The Finnish Narmut is a pretty, or Estonian Narmut, I'm sorry, is a pretty good comparison. But yeah, not quite sure what skin he's going to play here. Jace. So it is Olaf in the jungle.
It is. We see the counter pick in top lane, and that means the Olaf is going to be in the jungle. Milkshake's gonna have to stay ahead, like we saw on the Evelyn and the Udyr. You really want to stay ahead, because you don't get as much XP in the jungle anymore as you used to. So a champion like Olaf, when you don't even have an enchanter, the entire squad, I mean, you have the Hex Gate, I guess, from Jace, but that is about it. So you don't get a lot of leeway in these kinds of fights. You have to play well, coordinated.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting to see. Something about Skarner in the jungle, you can abuse the early game of the champion. Like if you get lane prios, you can just walk into that jungle. Skarner doesn't do an awful lot early game. That might be something that we're going to be seeing from the Milkshakes Olaf. As I said, not a lot of support for that champion later on, so needs to take the advantages early on.
Yeah, definitely. Does have a few strong lanes, though. I mean, the bot lane might be an issue, but with the counter pick in the top lane, you have the Ahri as well. I assume they're gonna have to try to play heavily towards top side, unlock the Ahri, potentially even try to dive the top lane if possible. And getting ganked again.
It's the cutest ganks. Anyways, I hear some rift sounds once again, so we'll be going live real soon with the Hoot Gaming on the blue side and Lazy Life on the red side. Obviously, two very contrasting games we've seen from these teams. Lazy Life, really strong showing as Fitfall, while Hoot is not as strong of a showing.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm just looking at the cat.
She is definitely an affectionate cat.
I seem so.
I'm losing focus as well. I'm sorry.
I mean, I started hearing rift noises, then I saw the cat. I don't even remember what comps we were playing anymore. Olaf, maybe?
There's the weak side Jinx, and then mobility boots Alistar or something. Yeah. So
face rush. Do we see the face rush?
Yeah, I mean, probably right into this, into the Skarner especially. I mean, you have the Alistar ult, right? It's just you're kind of a bot without ult, but you are anyway. So if you're able to go in, get back out again, then you might be able to find more than one combo, let's say, in a fight, and be a bit more useful. I think just the sim just prefers having more options for either flanking or for repositioning in the fight.
Oh, we already got ready for going in game, but instant pause, I think, once again. So just a moment until we get on the rift. Couple of interesting picks here. The Alistar, I think that's first for this RPS. Olaf in the jungle, haven't seen that a lot. He got quite recently buffed in the jungle, made his clear a little bit more faster, I think. And also,
I think this is the part where they buffed the clear a bit, but they gave him a slight nerf on his ultimate, right? So he's a bit more squishy, but a slight increase in clear speed. Don't know if that makes up for it, to be honest, but yeah, like we talked about with they were hovering the Hecarim as well, right? So it's the same kind of style of champion. You just have to farm a lot. You have to stay ahead, and you have to be relevant in especially the XP department.
Yeah. And this is not an easy game to play Olaf by any means, as you said, with the lack of a supporting act for you, no Orianna or enchanters in this game for you. The only real buff coming from Chase's Hexgate. So it's going to be tougher to make a lot of things happen in the later game. But at the same time, like apart from Azir, Hootis have a short East range comp, so Olaf can affect those champions later on in the game. Just not that easy to get in the backline with him.
If you like, we keep saying, if he's staying ahead, if the Lucian Nami especially isn't just miles ahead, then yeah, maybe he has to be really careful about his ultimate usage though, with so much CC, especially from the Skarner. If it ever runs out, then he will get kited down. So gonna be looking for those early kills, especially for the Jinx with the Alistar combos. They have the RE mobility, so like they have supporting actors for this Olaf. It's just it's not just the main character.
Yeah.
But yeah, gonna have to play well.
Doug is just chunking half of Sim's health bar away, and the Jinx, well, I guess Kalista critic, but didn't hit the wave a single time, I think, level 1 this time. He has 2 farm, so a little bit of a upgrade there compared to the last time we saw this champion in his hands during a laning phase. So if it was 12-1 with no farm from the first wave, this time that's already 4. I'm getting scared thinking about where this Jinx is going in this game.
Yeah, does get the crash here though, so Lucian is going to be taking a recall, and he will get some breathing room. It's not a cannon wave either, so he should be able to push it back. Oh, actually they're opting to stay. Maybe they're trying to see if they start hard shoving and then realizing that they actually stayed.
Oh, Taki's walking forward, goes on the same instant flash pulverize and headbutt under the turret. However, that's a lot of
ghost
damage
though.
taken by both sides. Ghost from Critical. Poppe doesn't have a lot to do here. Just throws that E for Takis, and that's enough to persuade Jinx and Alistar to leave the fight alone. But
It cost them some HP though, and the heal from Puppe, so Taki is a bit low there, but unable to chase into the jungle fog of war where the Skarner was waiting.
Yeah, 2 summoners from the side of Lace in life used there. The Ghost, quite important. As what was that charm from people? Anyways, JNBN gets chunked, kind of low on mana. Now Skarner coming towards bot side, however, not far enough, and now going on to Sim once again. Ignite used from Taki's first blood for the Lucian of Hootis Gaming.
Yeah, no flash after the play on Takis, and he just goes down there, Sim. No way out, no mobility of course, and surprising amount of damage. The press the attack doing work there, and Apo even helping out with the rock throw.
Yeah, looked a little bit forced there, but just enough to get damage done as Olaf has joined the bot side. But at the top lane, DH, Strato, early fighting as the Gnar going in. Strato gets chunked, but there's a Sim roaming top side.
Probably want to wait for the Mega Gnar to pop out, but the wave is still here. Strato is still a level down. Here comes the mini. Has to flash probably. Yeah.
Instant flash from DH, well timed. But a nice roam from Sim to get something away from the top side of Hootis.
Yeah, very good timing there from Sim, not losing anything in the bot lane. Kritibo is just catching the wave and it's a slow push. He opting not to base though, he's just gonna sprint into mid lane now. Then we might be seeing a repeat of Kritibo just being left alone eventually. I'm gonna try to find something in the mid lane to make up for it though.
Yeah, also Milkshake nearby. JNBN does have flash here. Used to give forward, so needing to respect, no respect. And that's nice flash charm from people and a kill over to the Ahri. Great roam from Sim. Nice flash charm from people. No way for JNBN to get anything done in between those two abilities.
Good, and now we see the recall out from Kritibo. He's gonna lose. Gonna be bleeding a bunch of CS here, but with his mid lane and support getting a lead elsewhere, it's definitely worth it here, and probably gonna be getting some support from at least his Alistar for the next few minutes. Gonna need some jungle cover as well though, if unless they just want to give the bot wave and the dragon. Yeah, we'll have to. Oh, Garner actually just jumping into the pit. If he gets spotted here, this might be a bit awkward.
Not spotted just yet. Alistar is walking around though, so
yeah. Will he check it though? He does.
Yeah, we'll check it, and now Apo is stuck in the pit for a while, but I don't know if Olaf is topside doing grabs, so it's all okay for Hootis in the bot side. Just a trade of objectives here. 3 grabs for Lazy in life and the dragon. As actually now Critical steps a little bit too far. Puppe lands, doesn't land. Nice flash from Critical, and that means damage back to Puppe now. Yeah, Ignite dropped, and that's a reset for Critical. And now Skarner coming around. Do they get
He's not level 6 yet, so
yeah.
And the wave is too big as well to fight. They're able to turn it around. Puppe trying to bait out the early flash from Kritibo, but Kritibo staying cool, calm and collected, waits until the bubble comes out to flash, and then good turnaround by Lazy in Life bot lane yet again.
Looking for more here. Takis Does
Skarner, though?
need user's flash? No, it doesn't. Now the user's sim is low and gets taken down by the Lucian. Q actually through the minions.
And that's level 6.
Going forward, yeah, 6 from the minions. Where does he use? And it does land the supers on the critical and double kill for Takis once again. 3 kills to start it off for the ADC of Hootis Gaming. This time around, can they make it work in the game?
Yeah, such a huge Lucian at this point. Gonna make it difficult for especially the...
Interesting interaction there between DH and Strato. Both are fairly low, but neither side looking for a kill here. And no assistance for either side either.
Yeah, now you can finally see the CS difference starting to really take off in the bottom lane. The 30 CS lead, double, and the 3 kills as well on the Lucian. They made a good play, and then they were greedy for more. The Skarner still in the bot side jungle for almost a minute, I think, at least, finishing the dragon. So they were able to pull it off and hitting level 6 there, making it another rough early game for Curitiba on the strings.
Yeah. We'll need to see if Hootis can make more out of it than Fitfall could. Obviously don't want to get that... Oh, no, actually, Apple and Milkshake finding each other. The first cleaver lands, does he go for it?
Thank you, though, look at all that HP.
Yeah, no way Apple is dying here. Milkshake does take the chickens away, and now people and Sim joining their jungler in Hootis' jungle. And Apple actually spotting Sim there, so he knows he's
champion.
getting more company here. Puppe also around.
Yeah, they're not gonna find anything here.
Yeah, just diffusing the situation, so actually Apple not losing anything extra after those chickens that Milkshake was able to smite away.
Yeah, I feel like the Skarner has just such an absurd amount of mobility for being such a tank. You see him go in there and the Olaf has full damage, right? But Apo is already picked up. Like, oh, the dive in top lane perhaps doesn't hit the ult.
Scoop goes wide, DH does however make a lot of damage onto Strato, and with the passive procs, DH solo kill in the top lane, the Estonian powerhouse showing who he is.
Yeah, this was the counter pick as well from Strato. He went for the face rush actually. Then tend to see the conquer, I feel like, in matchups like this, where when the Gnar actually goes in, you can just out-sustain him in the longer fight, but with the face rush, lacking the extra combat stats, I feel, in that situation, even through the dive.
Yeah, and DH missing the dive. Oh, actually,
is this a bait or?
For tidal wave not landing from Puppe, Apple coming around, but doesn't find the stinger, the mark, and that means Lazy in Life spot lane are out of the situation. Or are they?
Yeah, they can't dive this, right?
No, taking
not enough damage I think on the Jinx.
Also Taki's taking some from the turret, so need to...
I love the play there from Takis, being creative with the Lucian. I mean, it feels like in kind of an obvious bait, right? But then, dashes in.
Dash in, and that's a kill! Oh, 4 kills for Takis solution, and this time Critical already tripling his deaths for the day in this game.
Wow, yeah, we look away for 1 second, and then the Ignite Lucian with Nami on top just catches Curitiba by surprise. Good play again by the AD carry. We might see it. Then Mega Gnar is popping out.
JNB and able to scoop people away, but there's the flash, and fight on the other side. Appo gets the stinger on 2. However, Ragnarok has been popped. Also a kill for Appo, so that's 2 for Skarner on the top side. They might have gotten a couple of grabbies, but Appo gets the kills for Hootis.
Yeah, I don't know, this is looking a bit rough already for Lazy in Life. The Jace counterpick not really working out. DH showing why he loves playing this Gnar and giving away the Skarner for the first pick. You can see in this fight all of that damage, all of the utility, and still being this incredible tank. It's looking a bit rough comparing it to the Olaf pick, right? Then he's just kind of there and then just dies, and Apo deals similar amounts of damage while being this tanky. It's a bit of an issue. You don't really have much damage right now when Jace falls behind. You have the Ari pick in the mid lane, Curitiba being this far down.
Now, the Dragon started by Lazy in Life. JNB and Apo are in the river, but I think a little bit of a power play currently for Lazy in Life when it comes to number of champions they have around. And as such, Apo cannot take the dragon. Milkshake goes back for it. A little bit separated from his team. Needs to pop his ultimate instantly, and actually nice steal from Apo to get the dragon. JNB on the backside tries to do damage on the Milkshake and does enough. And Skarner also looking for one. Takis finds on the critical. Does he have enough damage as the ghost from Jinx? Enough to get him away for now.
Is still looking.
Yeah, Skarner is
Skarner
there.
is going. Jinx is stuck.
And I think they want to give this to Takis. Yeah, there it is, and the 5th kill for the Lucian.
Oof.
While the top side, DH, another solo kill.
Wow.
What is going on with this game?
Yeah, they've definitely had their warm-up game in the previous one, looking completely different. And lazy as well, maybe even looking a bit lazy, one might say. Falling apart here at the seams, P-Ball not being able to have a big enough impact in this game with the full filled AD carry and with the counter pick top not really working out in their favor.
Yeah, it feels like, well, the Lucian doing what Kalista was picked in the first game to do, and has felt a lot stronger here as the farm difference is 50 farm and those 5 kills from the lane. So
Look at the item difference in the jungle though. Like, when is this Olaf ever going to be relevant?
That straight
carry
is
as
still
well.
ages away.
Yeah. Solo AP carry Ari and the AD damage from Olaf. He is already behind. Jace as well, super far behind. Double Ninja Tab is coming through from the top side as Strato might be caught again.
Yeah, they have everything they need to kill the Jace. JNBN doing a lot of damage here. Actually, yeah, now it's enough with the rock thrown from Apo. And they should have this Herald as well. I don't think Lazy in Life can contest this with Jinx in the bot lane.
Milkshake.
Yeah, DH and Milkshake finding each other.
3 levels down.
Is joining. DH doesn't want to go for the play as it will have been a 1 versus 4 in just a moment's time.
Tries to bait it out, but DH, the calm and collected top laner, knows when to quit. Just jumps the pit. Well done by him.
That is very true. Now taking the bot lane as their own bot lane. Both bot laners have rotated towards the mid to help with the Herald top side. First turret for JNBN up there. And now Takis going for it. People also uses his ult. Tidal wave coming through. However, Ari slippery, and now Pupa and Takis need to run away as Milkshake and Seymour are coming. The TP from DH to join the fray as the
Skarner, do you fancy this dive?
And they find a Milkshake.
I think Skarner is looking.
And Skarner now goes forward. Ragnarok used by Olaf. Sim goes fairly low. Stinger only finds onto 1, and I don't think you have enough damage output to do that. And Strato takes the shutdown from Skarner, and I think Hoot is a little bit off on different pages as JNBN finds the shuffle onto people. And also, Sim goes down to more kills for Takis. And just as I was about to say that they don't look like they're on the same page, JNBN decides my page is the correct page to be on and finds 2 more for his team.
Yeah, Apo tanking 15 turret shots and almost getting out alive, giving the shutdown over eventually to... never mind, Tiba doesn't try anything fancy here, but yeah, as you said, JNBN salvaging the play. Great shuffle, gets the double sweep and another 2 kills over to them. The objective bounties are online. It's 14-4, 2 dragons already, decent gold lead. At least they got some gold onto the Jace, but I fear it might not even matter at this stage.
Yeah, that 5k gold difference already starting to build up, only 16 minutes in. And Hootis Gaming are really bringing the Hootista into this one as they are strongly in lead. JNBN going forward towards Strato, however, doesn't have the scoop to use here and not enough assistance nearby. So The chase is okay in this situation. A little bit of fun.
This is not what you want to see when you're playing the Olaf jungle, that the full tank scanner is pushing you out of your own jungle.
Oh no. And now Takis and Pop are joining, so Milkshake can't even go for the wolves, needs to run away actually.
Yeah, Apo doesn't have to care unless it's between 2 turrets, tanking 10 shots and 4 of lazy members, so basically doing whatever he wants at this point, pushing his lead. Another dragon, soul point should be theirs to take.
Yeah, true, that's already a soul point with this Infernal going down. Also, all the auto turrets taken by Fortis already. They have been able to accelerate the game decently with their early power. However, people getting something back from the top lane as they get the first turret from there.
I feel we're also reminded of the format of this tournament. It's best of ones, right? We've seen 3 fairly thumpy games, let's say, and then...
Oh! JNBN almost taken down by Strato here as team is coming. Also TP from people. They are able to take Azir down. Double stinger from Apo. Is that going to be enough as Takis flashes over? Does get this Strato in the end. People quite low as well. Takis going forward. Does not find damage onto the Ahri, but a double kill for him. Now goes forward to Charm, misses from people. Milkshake coming from the side as well as Critible. So lazy in life.
No Samson illusion, but he deals a ton of damage still. Yeah.
Just forward. And now Critible needs to walk back. Charm once again misses from people. Takis still looking if he can find something. Now dashes towards the Olaf.
Yeah, they both really want something more out of this fight, but unable to find it. They just don't really have any tools left. The Olaf just kind of there, staring at them.
Apo now needs to run while his teammates take the reset, and as I said, both teams looking like they want more, but just couldn't find the final edge to take this fight completely out of the other team's hand.
Yeah, able to get a shutdown at least, P-Ball. Still the best performing member on Lazy. Same story as in the semi-final this weekend, where they eventually beat Bitfix. But even in the game they dropped. It was still P-Ball still showing up, doing his job.
Yeah, Fortis now looking for the pressure up top with Baron spawning in 30 seconds. They are potentially looking to force that early, and they do have a fairly fast Baron with the Azir. But first off, the turret. Apo riding the Maruka into it and getting a hefty chunk, not quite taking it down. However, now TP coming in from DH as they spot the flank from Milkshake and people. No Meganar just yet. The tidal wave splitting the Red Sea here as DH goes forward, but see him with a nice pulverize to save his mid laner.
Oh, it's looking rough. What can Lacy even get at this point? It's the 4 level lead when you're playing Olaf, finally equalizing it to 3 only, but yeah, they're actually somehow ahead of Apo in experience. It seems crazy at this point, but you can see in the CS lead actually that he does have the 10 camp advantage somehow, but Apo is just farming champions instead.
Yeah, Apo has spent a lot of time on the lanes, helping his laners, whilst Milkshake has been farming only 500 gold down. Is Milkshake here? While the big difference, obviously, in the AD carry position here, Taki is a full item and a half ahead of Critibu, so that lane exactly how Fortis wanted, as Milkshake quite far forward, needing to pop the Ragnarok so it doesn't get locked down by Apo. The rock not quite hitting, means that the Olaf can escape for now.
Looking for the Baron though, I mean, could probably just start it at this point, they're so far ahead, but then again, small chance, of course, of something weird happening. There are 2 item spikes on a few members now. Strato has his P-Ball as well. Kitibu still very irrelevant, no lucky snipes with his ultimate thus far, and with the dragon coming up soul in 1 minute, surely they have to contest this, right?
Yeah, who is starting to burn JNBN and people both in the bot lane with the TP advantage over to JNBN, but Lazy in life, they now are aware the ultimate from Jinx blocked by DH.
Milkshake no flash though. TP
coming in from JNBN, and this could potentially end up really wrong for for Lazy Life. Nice flash from Critical. However, Sim, Milkshake, they just walk around, and in the end, it's Sooners from
matter.
Jinx.
Look at Jinx items. It's quite sad at this point.
DH chunked. Takis finds onto Strato and kills the Jace off. The mid lane tier 2 turret also taken by Hootis. And Lazy, they are cutting the wave, I think, but is that even gonna be enough? They're gonna lose something here in the mid as Champion puts his own turret down.
3 items versus 1 item and what's that shard item? I don't even remember. Kinesis something?
Kirsch's sword.
Yeah. Looking a bit sad for this Jinx. Not like the last game where we're suffering and then started resetting. Here though, this might be the final fight for Lazy. Has to find something, finds a charm onto the Azir.
Azir able to shuffle away, however people goes really low. The Jinx Rocket not able to finish Azir, instead it's the Ignite from, or just more burn damage from people. Sim going really low in the middle of the fight. Both Critical and Strato just need to run away. No, Critical just gets caught off and DH with the finishing move there. And that might be the game for... No, they just go for the soul. No way to end just yet. But Infernal Soul really good for this burst damage heavy composition from Hootis, as Takis is looking for his 11th. And the Sim... does get found out? Yeah, the calling ends the Chaos life, and that is soul for Hootis Gaming.
It's funny to see that the instincts when you see the Jinx hitting you for like 5 rockets dealing 200-300 damage, and then you still flash on her as the Gnar. The AD carry will have to die no matter how useful they are, and Creative is getting the treatment here for sure. Goes down again, and it should only be a matter of time now for the Finnish second seed.
Yeah, a lot better looking in this game than the first one of their day. Was Lazy Life not quite as strong of a showing for them. People obviously still performing well in the mid lane. Other than that, maybe, I don't know if it's about draft or what, but not quite as comfortable looking for Lazy Life, as Sim is looking for a flank on the JNBN. However, there is no damage nearby. Critical is... Oh! DH getting picked off in the bot lane.
That's something. They're still bleeding in the top side though. I'm gonna get another turret here. Wait, Sim? Oh, he gets spotted.
Gets spotted by Puppe.
Wow.
And this is now the Wild Goose Chase. The rest of Hootis Gaming our day. Going to follow this no champion. Presses for base. I guess it's still... okay, yeah. Yeah, the cow is fine and will be able to base.
Too fast. Again, they get the bounty and bot lane as well though, so they're still trying, still clawing back at the gold leads. But 4 items completed now on Takis.
Yeah.
To the 1 and almost second for Jinx. Oh, if he only got the execute on Azir in the before the dragon even, when P-Ball was finding the charm. But yeah, he's not found success with his ultimates this game, unfortunately, and just a bit irrelevant.
Shaker and does get the blue buff as well.
But how does he deal this much damage, by the way? He's level 12. Milkshake is level 13. They're even in items, sort of. And yeah, I think Skarner should go back to the permaban list.
Balanced champion for sure. We'll be shown by Apo here.
Yes.
Okay, Sim, another flank.
He spotted again though.
Oh, yeah, and Hootis, they know about this, but the cow is just a distraction
but
at this point.
Okay? He's still trying, looking for an opportunity and delaying still. Yeah, see, they are respecting their...
This is silly. You weren't, by the way, joking about the quickness that he likes. He has the Traveler's backpack, whatever that item is, and
yeah, exactly.
Swift
It's basically a cheaper Deadman's. Jesus, yeah, that's 4 items.
2/3.
There's a turret here too, so Sim can't really find the engage. Who gets tagged there, but he doesn't have mobility boots. Yeah, Swift is maybe no.
This time around. Too short. Yeah, Doug is just taking the kill. And that push will continue on the bot side for Hootis.
They held for at least 2 more waves, but I fear this one will open the base even further.
No charm from people. And the bot lane inhibitor turret taken down by Hodis champion. Looking for something. Instant flash from Critical Charm now lands, and that's a dead Azir. Is there something for Lazy in life here? Milkshake
Well,
the frontline people. Another charm
7,
onto
8,
Aqua.
9, 10.
Quite
autos.
force him. Finds on the backline. That's the 1-for-1 in the exchange now. However, it is dead. Milkshake as well as DH has joined the fray. Lucky's looking for more. Can't quite find as the root comes in from the jumpers. And, well, Lazy in life gets 2 kills there.
Yeah, again, Kritibu showing restraint with his flash there, waiting until the right moment. And Nasir goes a bit too deep, gets punished for it, and they trade somehow a 2-for-1. In this instance, Sim was obviously already dead, so they're still holding on. Another inhib goes down, but the mid lane inhib has respawned. Baron is on the table though, so with the bot lane inhib down, and yeah, I don't think they're gonna be waiting around for too long, especially if they see Jinx staying in the bot lane. So Jinx slowly getting some gold back. 2.5 items now.
Yep, slowly getting there. Still
Don't know if
6k
we're gonna
gold
get
behind.
to, yeah, I don't know if we're gonna get to the Infinity Edge in this one, but we are still scaling. There is still potential. They are buying time. This cow is proving frustrating to deal with for the Finnish squad. Elder Dragon is going to be spawning soon now, though, so I don't think they can stall for that much longer without fighting.
Ooh, people needing to use Spirit Rush early on.
Yeah.
Sim and Milkshake are looking for a flank champion. He's behind the rest of his team to sort of ward those off. Now actually Milkshake yeah, looking for something as the next turrets are falling. People is able to get away from the shuffle once again. Critical actually taken down by Puppe. Apo Stinger onto the Sims Alistar, and that is it. Finland gets on the board as Hootis Gaming takes Lazy in life down. People, the last one standing. I don't think he'll be able to hold this off as Takis just delayed this Ari, and Hootis Gaming 1-1 for the day and 1-3 for the Finns. Overall, we're getting there.
Yeah, but this group is turning a lot more even and exciting to watch than I was expecting of the first game, and especially the second game. And then I think all of the teams have 1 win and 1 loss. Oh wait, no, not all of the teams. We have only had 3 games, but yeah.
Yeah.
We're
Rock, paper, scissors, basically.
Yeah.
So, anyways, short break, and when we come back, we're gonna be chatting with one of the players from Hootis Gaming's side. So don't go anywhere. Couple of minutes. And welcome back, and we got Apo, the winning jungler from Hutis. Welcome, welcome. Congratulations on the win, and thank you, for the love of God, for winning a game for Finland.
Thank you. I gotta fix the record. We can't go 0-4 in the first 2 days.
Yeah,
It's the
especially
rough.
after the first game, you said you guys were a little bit nervous going into that one. Were those all cleared for the second game, or was it, oh no, what if we're losing this one too?
Yeah, I mean, we didn't go in in a loser mentality, but we just got scared to make plays. It's just not how we usually play. But second game, we got a little bit too excited and almost threw the game, but we still managed to pull back.
Yeah, I'm happy to see a better showing. As I was feeling a bit bad for my Finnish representative here, having a rough start to the tournament. But yeah, I'm happy to see that you guys, even though we beat Norway, of course, but we've already won a few games, so we can hand someone out, some out as well. But yeah, well done. I wanted to talk about your pick, Skarner. Permaband mostly in solo queue, right? Have you gotten any practice on it?
Yeah, I've gotten some practice on it, but it was the first time we got played in a competitive environment. We have never gotten it in scrims, so but I was confident that we would win because Skerber is my favorite champion.
I am expecting it to be permaband against you then going forward.
It should be.
Yeah, you said before we went live that you will be going for 1 for the rest of. I'm giving you the chance to. I know there's some during the FPL broadcasts. You gave us some fire in the interviews. Is there something you want to say, maybe towards the Alio guys or Lions Creed or the MGDK?
Wait, I gotta check our group first. But didn't Leo finish second last in Seoul? So they're kind of a free opponent, right? And the other two I haven't really scouted. DMG, if they're as good in Denmark as they were in Finland, they will be easy 3-0. I guess we went in playoffs against them, if I remember correctly.
Yeah,
What
you did.
do you remember? Yeah. That time Viega Ahri worked, but today we were kind of frozen. And do I want to say anything else? EA, you better step up, or I will say bad words to you at OSM. Yes.
Tucker, do you still have something?
No, I'm just happy to see the confidence after a rough first showing, and then yeah, very very solid comeback. I'm excited to see more of you guys going forward.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, congratulations for the win, and thank you for at least getting one for us Finns. Yeah, I guess that's going to be pretty much it for me and Dagrek here. For the last 2 games of the day, I think it is gonna be Jeriel and Pide joining you guys with the Lions Creed Leo and Denmark DK. Thanks from me, at least, for the first few games of the day.
Yeah, thanks for the games. Thanks to the teams, especially for entertaining and the back and forth, especially showings. And thanks to you as well, Tabs. I enjoyed the games.
Yeah, they were a ton of fun. Anyways, we're off for now, and after a short break, you're gonna see 2 completely different faces. One with a not as messy beard as mine. So, yeah. Thank you. See ya.
Bye bye.
Hello and welcome back. And as you can tell, we've had a bit of a switch up in the casters. We're back now, though. It's J-Roll, it's Pide. We are here for some big games, and we have got bangers lined up. We've had 1-1-1-1-1-1 for all of the teams so far, but are any of them, Pide, going to be 2-0 today?
I hope so. At least I want the good games, and it's always fun to have one of those teams who's like 2-0 while the rest is 1-1. To some excitement to it.
Yeah, and I feel like this has been the story of the RPS so far, right? We've had very, very close games. I think there is only one single team that is 2-0, and that is Bitfix, and they're in Group A, so they're not even playing today. You're going to have to see them tomorrow. I believe they'll be back. But we're here for Group B, and it has started off well, and it's been interesting. And all of the teams are showing that they're very close in strength, which makes for a very good tournament, but it does make for a stressful time for all the fans.
And us. I mean, I love that stress when it's really stressful, when it's even. But I know the fans, I've seen the Twitter between the different regions, like the memes are really good. So keeping it even for now, I think it's a good idea.
Yeah, and like obviously there was the memes about will Finland do well. So far, Carver's not been too happy about it. You know, he's probably been pretty upset. So thankfully, one of the teams I believe has picked up a win, so he won't be too sad today. But for us, for our regions, we're stepping up again. It's time for my #1 seed to make their reign, but they're not the only Lions in the pit, right? We also have Leo Esports taking on Lions Creed right now. You obviously know Leo pretty well, so I'll give you a little bit of space to talk about that team.
Just quick, university team, you know, they're pretty young players and they spend a lot of time together. They practice all the time. First time I met them, they just started up the organization, but now they have started having events at Kappa Bar, who's an esports bar. They're having practice with the teams every week. And we've seen it in the Swedish Online League that the first start of the season was a little bit shaky, but then week after week, they got better and better. And as I told you before, they got seeded as number 9 in the Swedish Online League, which is it was really even, so it's not too bad. But then coming in here as the #1 from the ladder is really interesting to see.
Yeah, the ladder, a crazy process, right? A lot going on. The fact that you can come #1 is massive. So expecting pretty big things from Leo as we do get into the game. Leo going to be on blue side, Lions Creed on the red side. And you said university team. Well, let me tell you a little bit about Lions Creed. They are also formed from university. They've been playing together for a very long time. All of them went to, I believe it was the Cabbage family. I think it's Kent Uni, except for Bust, who was a new addition in this split, but has performed really, really well in the UKEL. They are here. They are ready to roar, and we'll see if they can get that 2-0 score. But into the draft, we're seeing the Skarner, we're seeing the Viego, a couple of really strong junglers taken away.
Skarner, first of all, we saw the last game what Skarner can do. It's a very good flex pick, whose flex picks right now is like almost a must in the first 3 picks. Viego, I checked it up. Both junglers has Viego as a top 3 played champion. So I was like, it's either pick or ban. But we see here that we got a ban out from Leo in the first round. And then the target ban coming out here. Tristana is for the mid laner over in the Lion Creed. Ashe also a flex pick. So we can see a little trend here in the ban so far. It's either really this target pick, there's champions they share, and it's the big meta ones.
Yeah, and I'm also potentially looking at Gragas as a flex pick, right? Carver's talked about it a lot yesterday, about flex picks being so massive at the moment in the meta. That is one that I feel like both teams play, but also is just so powerful. The karma being taken away, though, I get it from Leo, right? We've seen it a couple of times from Lions Creed in multiple roles, and it does look good. And the Jinx, the final takeaway. So a lot of respect shown to Xiao. And what did I say? The man's here.
Yeah, I was looking. It was Viego, Gragas, and Leona's support that I know. This is the 3 champions that both teams won. So Viego got a ban, Gragas is the first pick. I just want to point out Sleeper was here before his cast in Group A, and he thought it was really interesting because in Group A it was pick or ban for Jinx, but today in Group B we haven't seen too much from it, but now we have a ban.
Finally a ban. Sejuani going to be picked up here, I believe. The Porp, very comfortable on the early game. Very, very happy to just kind of play for the team, set the team up. Sejuani was one of the more common picks in the UKEL. So I do like that they've locked this one in. I feel like it gives a lot of stability. But the big thing, I want to see those melee champs paired with it.
Yeah, you need to have it. Once you have Sejuani, the passive, you need the melee champions. It's actually something that's been on the rise in Sweden lately. We didn't see any Sejuani at all. And then now all of a sudden they're like, wait, melee champions are strong again? Let's pick Sejuani. It's almost a free win. I don't want to say it against the Swedish team, but Sejuani is really strong right now.
Yeah, give me the hope. Give me the hope. I'm very hopeful that this could go off. Varus going to be locked in. Obviously, again, another very powerful champion. No surprises here. And Jarvan coming through. Hopefully going to be locked in because I talked about this yesterday that I'm a personal, maybe Xin Zhao hater, but a big Jarvan lover. I like the champion a lot. I think he does better.
Yeah, I'm totally with you. And this is so Leo. They have a really good engage already just with 2 champions, as well as the disengage with the Graga. So Jhin, I was thinking about it. It's his most played AD carry, but I don't see it too much in competitive. It's more of a solo queue. Thresh in series is always fun to look at.
Yeah, I was going to say Thresh would definitely be interesting because there's been a huge downfall in Thresh, right? I feel like if we think about like 3 seasons ago, like Thresh was a popular pick, right? And historically, Thresh has always been in the meta, but I feel like nowadays he's kind of disappeared. I remember we were talking about it, I think, on the UKL about champions that we don't like seeing anymore. Someone brought up Thresh by basically saying that realistically, someone else does his jobs better than he does himself. So I guess maybe that's why he's not picked as much.
I mean, that's a good point, but you're talking about Thresh. I'm a big Thresh lover. Over 1 million points on him, and we're actually gonna see him. But now I need to be hyped for Lion Creed, which is still kind of fine. But right already now, Varus and Thresh, we have the ultimate chains coming out, and then the hook should sit there. So they already have good combination in both of these teams.
Yeah, no, I like it. I just love the fact that the UK team's just like, yeah, we heard your point. We don't care. We're locking it anyway. We don't care about you thinking Thresh is bad. We're thinking it's good. I like it with the Varus, though. I'll be honest. I do think one thing that Thresh is obviously notorious for is the Lantern. The fact that Varus is immobile, it gives him so much more versatility. It gives him a lot more escape options. And I do feel like it gives them a little bit more chance to pick other diving picks later on in this draft. So going into this one, right, Nautilus being taken off the board, it does feel like supports would be a good target for Lions Creed's ban. But what are Leo thinking about?
Akali coming out once again for the mid laner, QQR. But I think there's one more support ban coming out here from Lion Creed, since we have support and we have mid lane left for Leo. And if we look at what champions they share the pool with, it's the support champions. They have a lot of common there. So they already picked Thresh. Now they can take this opportunity to ban out a champion that they know they're having a hard time with. Rock on.
Ooh, okay, taking away the Lovers duo, fair enough. Good in TFT, good in League of Legends. I respect the pick up there. And for the last ban here coming from Leo, I do wonder if they stick to this mid lane. Maybe they flex it up because obviously, realistically, we already have Gragas going in the top side. There is a world where, okay, someone could say Jarvan or Gragas support, maybe make it a little bit of a 2-way, 3-way flex. But likely, it is going to be that support and mid. So I'm expecting another mid ban here.
Yeah, top instead.
Unless it's Camille support ban. Like
True, flex pick. We got 2 champions. K'Sante, like this champion, we talk about it in Sweden all the time. We don't know, is he broken, is he not? The buffs are coming, the nerfs are coming, but he's still played all the time.
I think he's really good in Bassant. We've also seen K'Sante yesterday being played really, really well. So I do think there's a world where K'Sante can still do his thing if you're proficient in the champion, but I don't think he is what he was, right? You know, when he first came out, I feel like everyone could kind of pick up K'Sante and just dominate. Nowadays, you do have to have that little bit of higher skills. But right now,
If this is something we can fix.
Oh.
No, there we go.
Disappeared.
Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, now I can hear you. I just missed the last 20 seconds.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, well, Alistair being locked in there, Orianna being paired with it makes sense, standard. I like it a lot. It's simple, but it's effective. The ball delivery system with the Orianna, last pick to Lions Creed.
Yeah, Talia, it's one of those champions I wanted to highlight before this. If we look at the MSI, the pick rate is just massive on Talia right now. I've seen it in the different national leagues as well, that it's slowly coming up, mid lane and jungle, but popular champions, Azir, always a flex pick. Never mind,
You know, me and Pierre, we were like, okay, in the green room, let's talk about our teams. Let's kind of give a little bit of notoriety to each other, familiarity. And I said, Corki is a pick that this team loves to have. We made a segment in the UKL about do not give QQI as Corki. He's got it here on the main stage. Pierre, I'm feeling pretty confident about Lions Creed right now.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, we talked about this before, and all the champions you pointed out, like, this is their win condition. I just see them getting picked one after the other one. But just looking over the teams, for me, Leo is this. They really need to do a big team fight with all 5 players. Meanwhile, Lion Creed, they can take the scrimmage. They can take a 2v2, the 3v3s. And I would say they're stronger there in the scrimmage. Meanwhile, Leo did need to hit all their spells to really get all the damage out. If they miss 1 or 2 in their combination, it's gonna be really rough for them.
It is, but I will say that I've always talked about this, right? There's a lot of power in simplicity, right?
It is.
I like that Leo have gone for a comp that just screams team fight, right? Essentially, you say, okay, we look at this comp, team fighting works, right? Jarvan can go in, Alistair can set up, the Orianna with the shockwave, Xayah will be able to kite for themselves in the back and do damage, and then you have the Gragas on top just to add another layer of CC and problematics for Lion's Creed. And I love it, right? Because it's a setup that makes sense, it's easy to follow, you don't have to be doing 400 IQ plays. Lion's Creed, they have given themselves a little bit more flexibility in the sense that they're not one-dimensional. Like, I do think that it is a little bit of a sticking point for Leo. If they can't team fight, they're in big problems. However, there's a lot more moving pieces, Bide, and I feel like that means that if you don't do well in the early game, you could come unstuck.
Yeah, as we mentioned both before, like the early game might be the weak point for both teams here, the laning phase. They want to be more of a team fighting. So now Lion Creed having this a little bit stronger laning phase should give them the little edge once we get into the mid game and looking for the team fights. So I think as long as Leo don't do any risky plays in the early game, they should be fine. But I also know that risky plays often leads to very bad games.
And what I love about when we talked about these two teams is not only are they both Lions, right, in the name, not only are they both made from university, but we also both said they don't always have the best early game, but their mid game and late game really, really strong. And I love that that's the consensus going into this. This early game could be completely hectic, could be completely disastrous for both sides, but both these teams are notorious in their mid and late game, so they can fight it back. But who will take that advantage? Who will take it home? That's the big question. I'm just excited, Bide. You know what? The RPS in general has just got me so hyped about a little bit of representation, a little bit of good League of Legends, and let's get on to the Rift.
All right.
And here we go, Bide. Let's go on to the Rift. Game 1 for us. Obviously, game 4 of the day. People have been watching the RPS all day long. And now is the time for my UK representative, #1 seed, Lion's Creed, to roar.
Against another Lion. I saw DMG DK. They went out on their Twitter posting a picture with them fighting 2 Lions. It took me a few seconds to, but wait, we have 2 Lions team, and it's amazing.
Yeah, man, Denmark should have got their own Lions team. What's going on with that, you know? Like,
I mean, it's a popular animal, I guess.
yeah, that's what they should switch it up to, you know. Maybe DMG will actually make their team the Lions or something as well, just to fit in. But for now, we have the 2 Lions scrapping it out. And I'm really excited to see how this one plays out. At the moment, we have the junglers both on the top side. Are you expecting a lot of priority around this bot lane? Because obviously top side is Tank City.
Yeah, now it's talking about our league here in Sweden again. But the last 4 weeks has just been junglers just sitting on bot side. Top side has been having some changes. They're doing fine, and they're like more of a carry instead of just being a big tank top side. So a lot of movement from the junglers to bot side is something to be expected here.
And Bjorn taking a decent trade, but giving it back almost as good as they got there against Bust. And I imagine that is going to be the pan over when we go top. It's just going to be constant fighting with no one really going particularly low. I'm very interested about this mid lane as well, right? Because both going to be looking to farm up, both going to be looking to get their power spikes, obviously the package and the level 6 of the Orianna. But Pide, is there a world where you can kind of see either of these really taking advantage of this, or are we really just setting up for bot lane Windsor?
I think we're gonna look a lot of 2 bots, but at the same time, these mid laners, as you say, they just want to farm, they want to take it easy, but if one of them get a kill on a gank, that lane is just gonna go full on ham, just looking for kills all the time. I'm just thinking here about, because as you mentioned, Orianna and Corki both want to scale into the game, but I have a feeling that Corki is a little bit stronger if he gets to scale.
Okay. I still am leaning on that team fight versus Pogue. Maybe that could also be an aspect later on, as on this top side a little bit of trading has happened, but on the bot lane a decent push has been established by Lion's Creed. And I do wonder, like, I know we've seen Varasar a lot, but how does that matchup go?
It's gonna be kind of rough for them. Lyrex and Show really have to look out for these hooks, but top side is
Yeah. Again, they're not dying. They're not dying, Tine. They're never dying.
It's always top players. Maybe I should play this, but no, they're not gonna do anything. They're just gonna poke each other and go back to farming. That's just top side right now, and they both of these champions have really good engage and disengage. So, I mean, when we see top side, we're just gonna see them fight. I have a hard time seeing a solo bolo kill, but Pop.
But we are seeing Paul stepping forward here, gonna go across the wall and attack onto Bjorn, who is gonna go back in. But I'm so shocked that Paul's even in the top side.
Yeah, it's a good rotation. It's not the one I expected. But just getting this presence on top side for Bjorn is it's just rough mentally, having this gank early in the game. But they're gonna look for something on bot side.
Yeah, and right now, Lions Creed in big trouble here. They know their jungler is topside, but they're still playing pressure on bot. Anton going to be able to get the knock-up onto Spark, and with a nice lantern, they will be able to get away. But scary times for Lions Creed, and I feel like a little bit of maybe miscommunication.
Yeah, probably not the best communication here, but Anton really feels like, all right, Pop went for a gank topside. I have to do something across the map, gets a gank in, but it's a Thresh. You always know it's hard to gank him early game because he have this lantern. They just split up. You can't really go after both because you have to go 3-man on one to get the kill. And easy lantern, pull it out, and they're gonna survive this time. But once again, I think the focus is gonna be a lot around bot side from these junglers.
We'll have to keep tabs on that one, as right now it has been Anton that's made the play. So far, Pulp hasn't been down there just yet, but Dragon will be spawning fairly soon, so maybe we get a bit of rotation around that. But we are talking a little about bot side. We haven't talked about how much the grubs could also impact this game, because obviously it will force the teams to look a little bit further up the map.
Yeah, and I think both teams benefits very good here from the grubs. As we look at Leo, the team play, if they get 2 kills in a team fight, they can push together. But on the other side, Lion Cred got this push on the side. If they just get a few grubs, K'Sante, we all know nobody wants to go 1v1, definitely not a 2v1 against K'Sante, because he will win those fights. So the push potential, both teams have it, but a different kind of side of the map.
And Anton Paul finally can actually meet head-to-head. The Sejuani does a ridiculous amount of damage, by the way, on the burst. So Jarvan definitely going to have to step back after that one. And the Dragon has been opened up potentially here for Lions Creed, as Lyrax might actually be getting caught out here. Going to be knocking up multiple members, but it isn't going to help them escape. Lions Creed with first blood.
Still around bot side, he moves up and then he goes down for a gank again, and this time they actually get the kill from it, and they get it to the AD carry Spark. So I think Lion Creed is really happy with that gank, having the kills for the AD carry, but no Dragon this time. Gonna see a little reset from Pop, gonna move for top side instead. I don't know, how is it in the UK with objective? Is that the big focus for the team?
So it does depend team to team. I would say Lions Creed were pretty good around objectives on whether they wanted to take them, right? If they were being very proactive on the objectives, they would set up pretty nicely for it. However, it's not necessarily the biggest win condition they would always go for, so I'm not expecting crazy priority on it, but if they can get it, I expect they would.
Yeah, because almost all of our teams have changed a lot from just going straight up fighting. I don't know if you've seen Bloodline, that's how we in Sweden expect all the teams to play, but lately, once again, top laners got into the game and objectives.
Oh, here we go. Bust popping the ghost, going aggressive straight away. All out has been utilized. Bjorn trying to run away. Does have the cast gear though, so Bust does need to be a bit careful because here comes Anton as well, but able to dash out. Do they have the movement? The ghost, I believe, will just carry them out of that situation. And again, drawing pressure up top side, taking Anton off the map, giving Paul potential opening to go bot lane again. But Grubs is up and the Jarvan is straight there.
But this is just how I want to see Bust play his champion. K'Sante needs to be really aggressive early. That's how we all expect him to play. Some K'Santes play a little bit too defensive, but here we see level 6 just ult straight away, trying to get the kill. Almost get it, but there was an Anton and he's here once more.
Anton is back in the picture. Bust though, it was just a slide out of that one easy. Bjorn trying to get the slow, but cannot manage to get it. And also stalling a bit of time on those grubs. Dragon now going to be the focus for Lions Creed, though. As we said, objectives, if they're open, will be taken. And this is no surprise.
I think this benefits it really well. Ocean Drake is not known as the strongest Drake at the moment, but since we talked about Lion Creed having a bit stronger on the laning phase, just getting this buff with healing just going all the time is going to help them stay on the lane longer and maybe, I'm not going to say hopefully, but maybe take control of them.
Ooh, nice cleanse there coming out from Shao very, very quick. Very necessary as well, because we are potentially going to get the Lantern of the Sejuani down into that bot side as Bjorn, once again, is taking quite a bit of damage from Bust, who has TP'd back to lane and is trying to stamp in a bit more pressure onto this one. But it's classic top, man. We're never seeing a kill here.
No, but so far the farming is actually going to Bjorn, even though he's pushed in on the tower all the time, so it's not too bad for him.
Oh, but things are bad for Spark. Getting caught out, will be able to stay alive just about. Although Lidrax may look for the dive there, could potentially set it up, but we are going to see Zeta coming back and drawing a bit of pressure with Porp as well. But they're not going to be able to catch the bot lane as, oh, we said in the top side, maybe kills aren't going to happen, but Bust is low and will go down and Bjorn with the first kill in that top side.
The reverse sweep on the fight. But this is, both of these champions are like, you don't really want to fight them under their turret, because all of a sudden you have no control of your champions and you're eating 4 tower hits and you can't take the fight anymore. This time Bjorn won that fight, but I think Bust is still the one with all of the pressure on the top side.
And in this bot lane, a lot of dancing for fight. Wait, Bjorn died to tower. Okay, well, we'll ignore that for now. That's yep, don't know how that one happened, but in the bot side, we're having a bit of a dance for this fight here. Leo stepping up, Lions Creed potentially looking for an engage, but they're going to say, you know what, it's not worth it. Neither of us are getting in on this one, and they're just all going to back away. So junglers going to be sent back to their corners, going to look for some more plays around the map. And so far, we haven't had any Corki packages yet, but obviously that is going to be a big pivotal moment when it comes to Dragon fights.
Yeah, and we see how active Pop is already, just to get help from QQR with them. Oh. They're looking for a fight, but the hook might... No, never mind. No, yeah, but once we get the package on QQR, he can join Pop on these ganks, and I think if they go bot side with 4 champs, Leo shouldn't stand a chance against it, and the top side is the same. So we might see a lot of roaming coming out from mid, and it's a little bit as we're used to. If QQR goes for roaming, well, then we force Elling to go roaming as well, and then we just change how the game is played. And that's the stage we want to get to.
Yeah, and I'm waiting for the team fight stage. That's what I'm really looking forward to. When we get to like 20 minutes and teams are really starting to group up, playing for those big objectives, that's when I feel like the fun of this game is really going to hit its peak. But at the moment, the laning phase will have to suffice for the viewers for that moment, as we do see, again, a pretty close game in general, right? 800 gold between the two teams. Lions Creed ever slightly ahead with the Dragon, but down on the Grubs. So all things pretty much even across the board, as we are getting ever so slightly closer to that second Drake in 2 minutes.
Now we could say mid lane that Leo taken 1 plating so far, but we look at Spark, he has a minion lead of 25 already. Zeta is really, really deep right now.
Yeah, was able to get away though. Anton and Lyrax really trying to force this fight, but they do have to be careful. We talked about the roaming of QQR. They are in the bot lane. They are going to be followed by the Orianna, but a little bit later, TP coming in, but Spark will go down before anything happens, and that's a 1-for-1 already, and no Cassante to follow. Bust isn't going to be joining the fight, and Bjorn flashing forward, but not going to be able to connect onto Porp. So again, just a 1-for-1, but in terms of resources, quite a lot used by Leo.
Yeah, it really is, as mentioned, it's a 1-for-1. Both teams got what they wanted, but the summoners just started to rain out from Leo here, and we can see on the top side, it's gonna be a free push here for Bust, and it's Bjorn and Lyrax here, but no way to carry.
Yeah, no AD carry, but we are going to get one for Lions Creed. They're starting to move over as QQR is knocked into Ealing, tries to get away with the Valkyrie, but they are going to be able to pick up Bjorn and now potentially turn the tides as Ealing taking a lot of damage. Lyrax might have to play the bouncer. The shockwave not going to land onto too many, and now Lyrax is going to be given up to the Lions. Lions Creed take another kill and an overstay from Leo.
Yeah, it was the first fight was really messy from Leo, and staying there was not the right decision. They should. I know the feeling. You go in a team fight, you use all of your summoners, you only get the 1-for-1 in kill. You want to stay a little bit longer just to get something, to get a good feeling. But this time it was just way too long, and now Lion Creed got up in the lead with 2k in gold, and a lot of that gold is around bot side and mid lane. So gonna be rough for Leo. I think they need to play around Bjorn on the top side, or at least start roaming.
And Anton, trying to get the constellation price. This will be a nice one, to be fair, to pick up. If you do get 6 grubs, massive, massive potential on those towers. So I do like this from Anton. Proactive play. Yes, they lost the fight. Yes, they're down a little bit of gold, but they can definitely get 1 neutral objective secured, and they will just give up that dragon, I believe. Unless Leo are crazy enough to fight it.
I mean, I've seen them play. I think they're crazy enough to fight this. But there's no
I kind of
TP for
hope
them.
so.
Of course,
it makes the
we're
game
casters.
fun.
We want it.
Yeah, what do casters want? Just perma fighting, to be honest. Like that's all we're looking for here. That's what we want to see in the RPS. But we are going to see another dragon picked up by Lions Creed here. Nice macro play, and also I respect this a lot from Leo not taking the fight. Right, down a little bit of gold, not in position, and also the Corki package being up just makes it a little bit unappetizing.
Yeah, and just now they're all on their lanes. And Anton made a call. You could see him around the bot side, saw that enemy went to it, and was like, "Nah, we don't want to fight this dragon anymore," and just leaving it. But that put us in this position because we thought both of these teams want to play for mid and late game. So leaving a dragon now might cost them a lot later in on the game, because once you get to this soul point, you have to take the fight around dragon no matter what.
Yeah, and that is sometimes a dangerous game. Okay, so we'll have to check in on that one in a little bit. But right now, Ealing and QQR, they're just doing mid things. You know, it's cool, Oriana. We're not going to get any crazy sparks at the moment as Porb goes for that invade. And I am starting to feel this confidence grow from Lions Creed.
For sure, they won 2 team fights. You can see how they're moving around their objectives and now invading a bit. And I get them. There's nothing to be afraid of right now. Pop, Anton, you should get out of this. Shouldn't be any worries for him. Or you want to fight it? That you never know with these teams, because they're like, oh, we're gonna back off, and there's like, oh, fine, no fighting, and then you see on the minimap that the whole team is moving. But I really like what I see from Pop right now. As I said, confidence, the little lead starts to invade.
Oh, and you said it, you don't want to be near anyone's towers here. Bust is going to be able to knock Bjorn back, but a good cast will get them out for now at least, as here comes the Cassante very swiftly down the lane, but not going to be able to catch up with the Gragas, just diffusing all attempts at going aggressive. And actually now Bjorn has turned the tables onto Bust. Will be able to force them back to base. So again, priority in top lane has still been held by Bjorn, been able to really control quite a lot with this Gragas, and that has opened up Jarvan to get those grubs, but to also potentially now play for that Rift Herald as well. So I do wonder if they keep that pressure high, if they do go for this, because they're starting to rotate the Orianna up as well.
Yeah, I think they know that something's up. They can see the top side, both of them are low. They can count, all right, if our top laner is low, there's probably a gank coming in. Elling could do a bad face check here, though.
Will be found by Port, but able to just walk them away. And Jarvan, not even needed in this fight, and we might actually get a tower dive here, but the TP going to be called in. QQR not going to allow this to happen. A really nice play from Leo to get that TP out of QQR and also get the Herald.
Yeah, so they got back what they lost in the last 2 team fights when it comes to summoners, and they actually gonna look for a pick here.
Ooh, nice flash from Zeta will get them out of range as the hook lands. A little bit of damage will be pushed back from QQR, but we have to look on the bot side. Tower was taken, so that is first break given over to Spark.
Yeah, and Spark already have a lead with his kills and assists, now taking the towers. He got some platings, got a lead with the farm, and we see the gold almost 1k ahead. It's not too much gold, but since the gold lead is only around 2,000, for him to have half of that is really good. And we know how Bowers is. It's one ultimate and you're dead.
Chains of Corruptions can be very deadly. And talking about chains, Zeta, I feel like it's had a pretty good game. Considering that we talked a little bit about the Thresh maybe not being the best champion. For me personally, I feel like it's actually looking pretty strong.
If you hit the hooks, it's really good, and so far he done that. Once we hit the team fight, when you need to hit those crucial hooks, that's when I'm gonna judge him, like how good is he as a team Thresh player. But the laning phase, they played really well, and this is something we talk a lot about in Sweden, like group stage, when the games matters more here in the RPS. But if you win, really good position. If you lose, really bad. So not too many risks taken so far in this game.
Yeah, an interesting setup here. Obviously, Orianna does have the TP, but moving the Gragas down so early, potentially putting them in the bot side, maybe even trying to match QQR with Bjorn is not necessarily what I expected, but they are causing a lot of pressure around the map against Lions Creed, and now they're going to break through the mid tower, slams through with the Herald, and I believe Lions Creed should just about be able to defend this one, but mid tower very low.
Yeah, Leo could just go in and take it, but they're gonna leave it as it is, and we see the pressure. They had Herald mid lane. If we look bot side, we have Bjorn, but they're gonna trade it for Bust, who's gonna push out top side. I don't think he's gonna reach the tower or do too much damage since we have Illing on its way, but we're starting to see this. We're leaving the laning phase. It's starting to get more scrimmage, more team fights, and the macro comes into the play here now. Like, what lane are we gonna push for the objectives? As we see now, we have a dragon in 30 seconds, so I expect them all to move down. I think Leo is feeling it's time to fight for this third one and not get put in this soul position.
Yeah, and Mountain Soul as well. A really nice one to pick up. I don't know which one is your favorite dragon. For me, Mountain is very much up there. Like, I love the shield.
Infernal. I'm all damage.
Okay, I respect that. To be fair, I was expecting Infernal or Hextech just because I feel like they're kind of the two top ones at the moment. Crazy if you'd said Cloud. That would have been a really interesting one. I like Cloud a lot. I feel like it's underrated. But yeah, that would have been definitely a rarer opinion, as we are going to see Cassante now with the TP here. Bus going to join the fight. The 5v5 is looming, Pide, and I'm getting excited.
I'm really gonna look for this fight, but I think this is once again, Lion Creed's gonna start the dragon, they're gonna have control, and it needs to be Leo who engaged this fight. And I think they're a little bit weaker, if I'm honest right now.
Yeah, Leo, they're looking for the opening. They do have Bjorn on the flank as well, so they have collapsed in on Lion's Creed, and here comes the flash. Lyrax getting aggressive, knocks Bust into them. There is QQR diving through the whole team. The fire is on the floor, but do they have the damage? Shao able to stay alive for so long and dishing out so much, but Lion's Creed overall stay healthy, stay good, and win the team fight.
Lion Creed's plays that's really well, getting 3 kills without losing a single player. And as we talked about in the start of this game, Leo has an amazing team fight, but they need to hit their ultimates and all of their spells. We could see Elling only hit 1 champion, and that was because Lion Creed didn't wait for them to engage. They engaged on their engage, and all of a sudden, all the spells from Leo missed out. And meanwhile, Lion Creed was like, all right, I'll take this 1v1 over here, and you take the 1v1 over there. And in the end, they take the dragon, they take the kills, and they take all the gold.
4K in the lead now, an extension on what they had earlier, but also another dragon richer. So 1 away from Soul. The stakes are starting to stack up for Leo, right? They need to get the next dragon, otherwise the game gets even more difficult.
For sure, if they get a soul here for Lion Creed, it's, as you say, it's gonna be rough. I'm not gonna count them out. You know, they're from Sweden. I have to share it for them. But no, as you mentioned, the gold lead is starting to run away. The dragon is not too far as well. And where we look, where is the gold on Lion Creed? It's on all of their carries, as you see here. So Lion Creed is so confident here right now. They can take almost any fight. It's because you mentioned it, Spark had a really game so far, and that out in the last team fight was just straight up amazing. And the combination, how they moved around in the team, they knew how to do it. Like, their carries went for the enemy's backline, they got the kills, and the front line was just putting out too much CC for Leo to handle. So I think we're gonna see a big team fight soon, really soon actually, but that is like almost make it or break it for Leo at this point.
Baron on the pitch as well. Bjorn finally getting pushed back. And talk about push back, we are seeing Eating run into the corner as Spark get aggressive, but a nice shockwave will dish out a decent amount of damage, and Ealing is still surviving, playing a bit at a time, so Anton can get there, but not enough that they can maybe turn this around. Although saying that, a lot of engage going on to Spark will cause some problems, and Shao absolutely shredding through QQR, and maybe Leo have it. Maybe they have the opportunity to bring this game back into their hands here as Shao picks up a double kill, will finally get stopped, but a lot richer than when they started, and it might be even more. Leo stepping one step further, will lose Lyrax. But again, is it worth? Have they managed to gain enough? Because Shao is starting to get fed.
I would still say this is so worth for Leo, because they got a triple kill on their AD carry, so Shao is back in the game. But what we didn't see was that Bust cancelled the first teleport coming out from Leo, and that gave them the edge in the team fight. But then all of a sudden, they got a kill on QQR, and they really played around it, got a triple kill. But a little bit too aggressive once again after they got their kills under the tower and lose 1 player, which they don't have to do that.
Yeah, now looking at the stats as well, Shao ever so slightly ahead of Spark, right? And we already talked about how Spark was quite a bit of the goal differential between these two teams. So that is a massive win for Leo, and potentially their little ray of light through the clouds in this game.
For sure, and we talked about it, it's the AD carries right now, but they only got activated once we hit the mid or late game, and we can see now 2 items coming out from both AD carries, so they're gonna have a much bigger presence once in the team fight. The first team fight we saw, I think Shao wasn't even in the team fight, but now once he hits the team fight after getting this triple kill, Lion Creed really have to think about his feathers, and that's the hard part when you're playing against Saya in a big team fight, and with their team they have built it around team fight, so there's so much for Lion Creed to watch out for once they hit the team fights that they almost have to walk around them before they do the engage.
See if that does play out, because Leo They've been aggressive. They've been dangerous. They still look like, even though they are 4K down, that they could win these team fights. So definitely still a much closer game than we've seen in some of the other ones yesterday. But how will it fare? Because I will say, the Varus going for that assassin, right, going for that lethality, does give a little bit of an advantage over to Lions Creed in the fact that Spark doesn't have to auto-attack, right? He can just send those empowered Qs and just dish out a lot of damage, but whether you can hit that backline is another answer.
Yeah, QQR is... the damage is there already. You said, oh, he doesn't have too much damage yet, and then he put down half HP on Lyrax on Leo. So the damage is already there, and as you mentioned, it's the range they have. Such a good team comp if we look at Lion Creed. The Corki and Varus together. For Leo, they need to engage really quick. Like if they say, we're going to do a team fight here, they can't go back and forth. They have to engage for it, because the poke that's coming out from Lion Creed now is just way too much to handle. And they have a Thresh, they have the pick potential, they have a really tanky front line right now.
I like this from Leo. They're stepping forward when the Corki's not there. They knew the package was being grabbed, but here comes the engage. Lions Creed just a little bit too short there. Couldn't get onto Anton, and Leo buying a bit of time, buying a bit of space, and they're going towards the dragon. They have priority over the objective right now, but Xiao gonna have to use that cleanse automatically, but there's a massive knockup. Lyrax with a huge combination, and it is all Leo at the moment. Bust trying to win the fight back for Lions Creed, but there is no hope in this one. They have been absolutely stomped by Leo, and yes, Bust may get one back, but it is going to be Lions Creed that are licking their wounds.
Lyrax and Björn, what are you doing? We're talking about 80 carries and just jumping over the wall, hitting CC on 3 people 2 to 3 times, and that changed the whole team fight for them. And this is how they want to fight. They want to have this big team fight where they can find a lot of players in one ultimate, because they have such a good follow-up. And we could start to see their Xiao getting 2 more kills. Like, the damage is there now, and I think Lion Creed should be on their toes now.
Ooh, Spark in trouble, flashes away, but I don't really know where you're going. You're for sure gonna die, and the loss of Summoner makes that even more pertinent. A massive teamfight win for Leo. Yes, they are still down a bit of gold, but it's only 1.5k now.
For sure, but now they have the momentum of fighting. They have 2 to 3 team fight in the bag. They have a dragon. I think their confidence rised up, because this is something we talked about in this team. It's like, early game, a bit shaky. Once they hit the team fighting, that's where you can see the confidence, because they play with each other for so long. And I think Leo found something here, but Lion Creed is looking really dangerous with that poke damage that they have.
Yeah, and I think a little bit of positioning change there, maybe expecting the big engage, and maybe Lions Creed can come out on top. But obviously, if you're catching 3 members and they go down immediately, what are you going to do in a team fight, right? 2 versus 5 is never a fun time. And right now, Leo are going for that confidence play. They're going for that Baron. They're looking to take their step even further towards Lions Creed, and they are stopping any chance of Pork getting into the pit. But there is a potential hope, but it will be secured by Leo. And now they're trying to get out. They're trying to keep those Baron buffs secure, and they are starting to get away, but Lions Creed are not letting them go for free. They're starting to chase back. A bit of damage is going to be traded in as Bjorn stepping forward, but Linrax holding off the backline of Lions Creed. Bust trying to get it done, though. Does manage to get 1, but will finally fall down. 2 kills secured by Lions Creed, but can they turn this into objectives?
That's a really big shutdown as well. Objective-wise, they should get this tower. We can see that the going B and Leo should hit it back once we hit the inhibitor tower, but what a play here from Leo to start with. They have the dragon, as you say, the confidence is there, they're going for it, but then Lion Creed just comes in and it's like, alright, you got the Baron, but we can have some picks here, and they gets 2 of them with the really big shutdown. So
we're not done yet. Zeta going to be knocked back. Bjorn able just to do so much damage and be so tanky, but I've got to say it, man. Bust on that last team fight, playing Cassante. We were like, okay, is Cassante good? Is Cassante bad? He was 1v3 and still kills Xiao. What a ridiculous champion.
yeah, it's like, oh yeah, he's been pretty passive this game, haven't done too much. All of a sudden, as you say, 1v3 against the Fed AD carry Xiao. Then, so I don't know what to think about this champion. I think it's super fun to watch him being played. To some point, you know, when you do stuff like this 1v3, it's cool, but he shouldn't be able to do it.
He shouldn't, but he did, and we'll see if it happens again. We'll see if it happens again. But Leo, I will say, Bjorn really, really impressing me, right? Has been so dangerous, and once again showing exactly why a lot of respect needs to be put on their name. Lyrax trying to help catch out QQR, but they're not going to be able to get it due to the flash. But flash gone does mean one step easier in the team fight to lock down this Corki, and another tier 2 will be taken there. So a couple of tier 2s falling in this Baron power play to both sides, and the gold getting even closer.
Yeah, we could see Lion Creed picking up that mid tower after the Baron fight, but Leo's answering really well to this. They have good grubs, they have the Baron buff, and they can see this little opportunity. If they all run topside, they can take the tower and get out, and that's how they need to play right now, because they are behind, not too much anymore, but they need to take the safe road to just catch up on this gold and then take the team fights. But I don't know, side lanes might be something for them to push for, but at the same time, they really want to play around the team fighting. The TPs are up, so I'm not really sure what we're going to see them do right now.
And we kind of talked about scaling a little bit earlier. Are there any more components that you're kind of looking for in terms of scaling? Because obviously we're getting a lot of people on 3 items at the moment.
I mean, the only one I can think about is just Gisante getting tankier.
Okay, yeah, fair enough.
No, but I think all the champions that are picked in this game have like... We have Koike, a lot of true damage coming out, Varus as well, and the rest is just depending on, can they hit one big CC from Leo, then they have the damage. Meanwhile, Lion Creed got more of this. We can pick anyone in Leo if we just find them alone.
Okay, Lyrax there, having to use the Unbreakable Will is a little bit interesting. Will be slightly less tanky in this next team fight, and that could even be a little bit of an understatement, as Bust going to do a bit of damage onto Bjorn, but with Gragas, I feel like he's going to be able to heal a lot of that before the team fight, although it is only in 17 seconds that the Dragon will spawn, and we have the package once again. Another team fight. So far, it's 1-1 around these Dragon 5v5s. Who will come out in this best of 3 so far for this Drake? Right now, Lions Creed setting themselves up, do have the package. Lyrax on the side as Bus goes aggressive straight away into the backline and forces away anyone from Leo, as there was a massive knockup, but they couldn't capitalize on it. QQR though going pretty low as we see Pork trying to fight out with the team. A lot of low numbers are going down. Who is going to win this fight? Lions Creed step a little bit further ahead as Ealing is trying to equalize with QQR. Will finally fall down, and Lions Creed take the lead. They win the fight and should get the Dragon, but there's more to this story. Anton is still alive, and so is Bjorn. 2 powerhouses that could change the dynamic of this fight. Dragon still 8,000 HP. Barrel going to be utilized. There's Anton going in. They're getting Sparklow, and they will take the kill. Bust out trying to return as Anton almost killing off QQR, but will not be able to manage it. Gragas, the last hope alive for Leo in this team fight, doing so much damage to Bust, holding them off, will pick up the kill, and now looking for more. Porp has to be careful. The smite is good. The soul is secured, and Bjorn is dead.
Bjorn is gonna go for that Dragon, but as you say, Bjorn and Anton is playing unbelievably good this game. Just how they two can stay there for so long after a team fight that didn't go their way and just have a pressure. They get a kill and they're still threatening to take this Dragon from them, but in the end, it's gonna be a soul here for Lions Creed. And Gisante with his soul is gonna be really, really tanky.
And I have to say, beautiful play from Bust in the start of that fight, taking away Shao, taking the focus of Ealing onto that backline, right? A massive knockup from Lyrax again. 3 members were in the air today, but they couldn't get the damage off.
No, because we can see in the team fight, Leo, Lyrax, they found the pick on QQR, but the rest of the team wasn't really there. They already started fighting on different points, and somewhere in that, Lion Creed found themselves pretty comfortable in that fight, and QQR was the main target that started the team fight. Got away and almost forgotten, but then you just see this missile just coming one after the other. Meanwhile, Leo's health is just going down, down, down.
Yeah, and hey, Bjorn on this, Gragas, other teams better be taking notes, because this is some real danger. This is some real tech right here. Leo, they have a bit of a start in the making there, as we are going to see Baron going to be spawning very shortly. 4 seconds on the clock, and it looks like the teams are ready to butt heads once again.
I'm hoping so. I mean, it's even in the game. It's still a little lead here to Lion Creed, but I think both teams have this confidence because it's the first game of the tournament. We're 30 minutes into the game, and it's always a little bit shaky in the start. Nobody want to be the first one to make a mistake. You don't want to look bad on the stream, but now we're so far into the game that the zone, they're just in the zone. I think they only think about this game and nothing else. So the team fights, for sure. But the question is, how many more team fights can we have before the game ends?
Well, if they keep going to only one person alive after them, maybe quite a few, you know? So we'll have to see how they do end up, because at the moment, even though teams have been winning the fights, there have been a lot of very close endings to them. So it's not been a wipe for either side, which does make the game last that little bit longer, as we are going to see Leo starting to speculate that Lions Creed are on this Baron, but they're going a little bit further ahead. Anton here is completely caught out and going to be bursted open, and that's one down. But most importantly, it's the jungler from Leo that has gone.
I think Leo wants this fight anyways. The pings are coming out for the team is there. But a 4v5 in this position after just losing a team fight, I don't know. I don't think they should take it. And it looks like they're gonna walk away, but here we could see Lion Creed going to Baron. It takes at least 10 seconds before Leo realized that, wait, where are they on the minimap? Then we have the face check from Anton and the pick is there. So Leo, I don't know, this Baron could be the game changer for Lion Creed because they already had the gold lead. They have the soul, and now a Baron. I don't know what they have to do to win this game.
Yeah, the game is getting closer and closer, but we had big leads for Lions Creed, and Leo have come back. So I'm still not counting my chickens before they are hatched. I want to see Lions Creed close this out classically in good fashion. They're going to push for this tier 2 in the top side. This should be secured pretty easily, but Bjorn still giving them that little bit of hope, that little bit of danger, that little bit of flair that they might need to take this game back into their hands. Lyrax is lurking around, and we've seen what the potential can be done from this Alistar. The split push here, the 4-1 setup from Lions Creed, I'm liking it a lot.
I really like how they're just using this Baron right now, pushing 2 lanes, because they know they're the stronger team, and Bust, he can take a 1v2, it's fine, and he's gonna have that 1v2 sooner than I expected. But this is too much pressure for Leo right now. They don't really know where to defend. You can see they have 3 champions just running back and forth, and the towers are losing a little bit of HP all the time, so sooner or later I think Lion Creed is gonna get at least 1 inhibit tower here.
And the poke still coming out strong. We talked about the Corki, about QQR, also the Varus adding into that as well. And we're seeing Ealing starting to lose a lot of HP. Gonna have to go back to base. But Lions Creed, they've taken their foot off the gas. They've gone back a little bit. They've set themselves up. They said, you know what, we're gonna reset, get into a bit of a better position.
Oh, the reset came out there. I thought it was gonna be stopped. But I like this when teams they have a really big lead in power from the objectives and mores. But they know, like, 1 or 2 mistakes could be throwing the game. So they're just gonna use the Baron, get the push in, do a reset, and just play it by the book. They're not gonna take the risk that's gonna lose the game. And that's something that warms my heart a lot, to see this level of macro play.
And I get it, because we have the big prize coming up, right? We've had Dragons, we've had Soul, we've had Barons, but now it is time for Elder Drake in 1 minute 10. And if we are talking about a game being flipped on its head, this is the buff to do it. This will be the most important Dragon fight for both, and we may get a fight before it. As Spark going to lose their shield to Bjorn, as Bjorn was fishing for a potential engage here, but not going to find it just yet. Hook does land onto Anton, as Lions Creed are starting to drop a lot of...
As I'm just saying, the death damage was just ridiculous. You can see Xiao losing half his HP by 1 or 2.
Oh, Lyrax going in. There's the shockwave. Gonna go in. Big Bust. Gonna force out Xiao, though. Not gonna have their ADC in this fight. Could be costly, because here's the Corki dropping the damage. Anton already gone with Bjorn, trying to get aggressive onto the Corki. Lyrax also gonna get the knockup, and here we go. Bust on the backline. Xiao is gonna be sliced through, and that is gonna be another team fight for Lions Creed, and that could be the last one. Pide, the TPs are coming through. The tier 2 is under threat, and maybe even the Nexus.
That should be game. That really should be game. But the team fight, you can see Lion Creed from the first big team fight where Leo got their combo in, that they weren't really ready for it. But as we progress into the game, they know what Leo is looking for. They don't get picked off as easy. And this time, once again, Bust is just gonna go for Xiao, and Xiao can't even join the team fight, who is the fed AD carry for them. And Lion Creed, I think they played an amazing game.
Yeah, they're looking for the end here. Still, a couple members could come up here. Anton is only 6 seconds away. Lyrax is trying to buy a bit of time, but Paul just tanking up this turret, allowing for the minions to stay alive. And here comes Anton. It may not be over. Leo might have one more chance. QQR gonna have to step up. Anton gonna go low. Will finally go down, but Ealing is now back alive, and so is Xiao. Can they make a last stand? The stun comes through. Ealing gets knocked off, and Lions Creed put the pedal to the metal. They put Leo to the sword, and they will take their first win in the RPS. They just have to hit the Nexus as Bjorn again adding to the stats. A great game from this Gragas, but it was not great enough.
No, I think they just the early team fights was Lion Creed won those, and from that I think it was really hard for Leo to come back into the game. As we talked about, these teams rough early game, they want to play for mid game, and Lion Creed getting this lead so early, that I think that just changed the game for them.
It was a close game. I'll be honest, Bide, I was a little bit nervous. There were moments after that team fight with the 3-man knockout where I was like, whoa, let's not throw the game here, guys. Let's get this one. Every win counts. So I'm glad that they stayed strong, but I will say, really nice showing from Leo. I'm very excited about this team. I'm really excited to see them a little bit later to see what they can do against DMG. But for now, we're going to go to a break. When we come back, we'll get an interview from Lions Creed, and then we'll be on to game 2. And we are back once again. We are now joined by Lions Creed's jungler Porp. Welcome in. Yes, to the UK. We're picking up a win. Let's go. That's what I want to see. I'm looking for the 2-0 Porp, though. That's what I want to know. But the big thing that I have to start off the questions, right, is how do you feel like you guys have grown since we last saw you on that UKL finals?
Yeah, a lot has happened since then. And we've spent a good amount of time trying to prepare for the tournaments and also like taking a break because we've been playing at the point of UKL finals, we were playing for like 3 months straight. And I think the break gave us a lot of time to kind of reflect on the splits and take some lessons away. So yeah, we feel really strong. We do have a new support who used to be our coach because there's some scheduling issues, but it's working out really well. So yeah, excited for the tournament.
All right, I'm just wondering here, as this only Swede here on camera, once you saw their team, like the combination they had, the wombo combo, how did you feel against that? Did you feel confident, or was it a little bit shaky?
Yeah, it definitely had like a very standard wombo combo draft. But I think we had the tools in our draft to like deal with it. Obviously, we had the one fight that went wrong when Ori kind of finds the ball, and yeah, that's totally fair. That's like how we lose, which is why I think we were playing so carefully, especially around the sieges. Because we can lose a game like that, but we also poke them out and we have decent disengage. So yeah, we felt pretty confident.
All right. Just one question. Do you think QQR will get his Corki again? Because Jay here was hyping him up. But I was like, it can't be that bad. Then once we get the in-game, yeah, it's pretty bad.
Yeah, so QQR Corki, for those who don't know, is a UK legend. Maybe our best player and our best champion representing the nation. So, but it is also frequently disrespected. So we'll probably see a bit more Corki in the tournament.
Yeah, I can't wait to get him on interview to ask him about the changes and how he feels about that. But we'll wait and save that for a little bit later. Last question from me, Paul. Okay, I asked this to a few teams already yesterday, but I want to know from you guys. Obviously, you were very confident in the UKEL. You felt kind of on the top. So are there any teams that you guys feel a little bit worried to face, or are you very confident and there are a few that you're excited to play against?
Yeah, I think we were following the national leagues like pretty closely, even like back a few months ago, just to get an eye on the competition. There were a few teams that looked like pretty strong, but they didn't end up making it to this RPS stage. So most of the teams are pretty unknown to us. Like Epic Avalanche, Tattooa used to be my teammates, who I hope do well. But yeah, I'm not really too fussed. I think we've scrimmed against DMG Denmark a good amount, who will be playing next. So we feel pretty confident going into that as well. Yeah, nobody really.
Okay, with that being said, we're going to let you go. We're going to let you prep for the next game. We're looking for the 2-0, Paul. Come on, do it for the UKEL. But for now, we're going to go to a break. When we come back, as Paul said, we're going to see Lions Creed taking on DMG Denmark. And we're back again. This time, a new matchup, new story. It is Lions Creed versus DMG Denmark. Me and Duckling, if we were on cast together, we'd be having a lot of words, but I'm going to save it for Twitter for when my team wins today. That's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for the 2-0 Lions Creed, for them to take it today, to be the first team to go 2-0. But is it going to happen, right? Obviously, we've had a little bit of a look at the team, right? We've had a little bit of a look at DMG. They are definitely a strong team, right? We cannot pretend that they're not going to be a good team. I think everyone that has made it to this tournament is definitely a little bit dangerous. And we saw the first seed from Denmark yesterday. AUC really put on a show in their game one.
Yeah, and DMG is the second seed, so I expect them to be really close to them. I don't think Denmark would like this, but as I told you, I'm also sharing for Lions Creed here because Sweden and Denmark, we have our little beef here. So I cannot feel good by saying, oh, I wish Denmark win. So I'm going to go for Lions Creed 2-0 as well.
I love this. This is what the RPS is all about, man. Everyone's like, for the whole year, like, you're in your stuff. You're like, oh, bias this, bias that. In this tournament, everyone's like, yeah, it's all about the national pride. We love to see it, right? Everyone wants to see their region's team win, and I like it a lot. And we're going to see some good matches, right? Regardless. I am interested about DMG, though, how they're going to play, right? Obviously, had a little bit of look at, like, champions that they do play, right? There are a few similarities that we've seen. A couple of interesting ones, though. I am saying, I'm looking at this top lane, right? Theodore, and the Warwick potentially being out there really interests me.
Yeah, I looked at it and I was like, nah, that's just a solo queue champion. Let's not put that out. But if we get to see it, it can be really dirty. But here in this matchup as well, Gragas is a pick they really want for the top laners, both teams.
And look, we've seen Gragas. We've seen how it happens. It was very good. I'm not gonna lie. Gragas definitely scary. If I see another UK team play against Leo, maybe the Gragas ban could be a shout, right? But we had an answer, right? There was an answer. There's also a Kha'Zix looming coming in from DMG, so I'm interested by that as well. A few other picks that could be also controversial, right? The Aurelion Soul, the Hui's also coming in as well. So a lot of variants from DMG that I think may give a little bit of trouble to the side of Lions Creed. But one thing I do like about Lions Creed, and what we did get to witness a little bit earlier, is I feel like they're very adaptable and they have their own playstyle and they know what they want to do with it.
For sure. Just with that, I just want to question, because you know the UK way better than I do. And now when you're looking at what champions they play in Denmark from DMG, is it like the same method that Lions Creed are used to play against?
Not really, I'll be honest. Like I feel like in the UK, it's very jungle kind of set up. Mid is normally control. Obviously, there are a few players that play around that. And then we have a mixture of top laners that play aggressive carries versus tanks. And then in the bot lane, it's normally some sort of hyper carry. And then again, a bit of fluctuation around the support. So there is some variance. But in terms of like assassin jungles, I don't feel like it's as common. Yes, there are a few people that we could probably mention. Like I feel like Trizzy Mizzy is a good shout for a Kindred main in one of the UK divisions, right? So there are a few players that do that. But I think the general consensus is more facing or towards that tanks. But what I will say about Lions Creed is because they've been together for so long, I feel like they've pretty much played against everything that they should have played against. So unless the team's really kind of reaching for those back pocket picks, I feel like they should be ready for it.
All right, I'll take you on that, because last RPS I learned really, because I came in like, oh, the Swedish meta is probably the meta all over the Nordics. No, it's not. Every country has their own meta. So we saw Lions Creed here, really strong, as you say. They played together for a very long time. So they should be able to play against almost everything, but there is some spicy picks coming out from DMG.
There is indeed, and I want to see it, right? I'm also interested to see if the Corki goes through, right? We talked about it, we brought it up in the interview. I do wonder if we're going to keep seeing it, because we said it in the UKL, ban the Corki, it's what you need to do. But with that being said, Lions Creed will find a way, right? Without the Corki, they are still a strong team. It's not like a one-pick wonder, and we're going to get into the draft, so we're going to see if it is back again. Blue side for Lions Creed this time. DMG Denmark going to be on the red side. Olaf immediately taken away.
Yeah, and we can see Theodore, who's the top laner here in DMG. Olaf is his most played champion, so I think they did a lot of research, because some teams don't think it's worth to ban on Olaf, but from my side and the players I've seen in Sweden, it's always worth to ban that Olaf.
It's really strong, right? And in terms of how you team fight and stuff, a massive thing that I feel like Lions Creed utilized in that last game was the fact that they could lock down the ADC from Leo, right? They could really force Shroud into an awful position because of the Cassante. And I feel like Olaf is that on steroids, because not only are they pushing your ADC back, but they're also probably killing a couple people with it as well. So it's just a champion that I feel like needs to go. Varus being taken off the board as well was piloted earlier by Lions Creed, but they don't want to play against it themselves.
Now we have 3 AD carry champions banned, but in my head it's 1 AD carry, it's 1 support, and it's 1 mid laner that we have banned so far. And that's something I really like with League lately. It's like AD carries are getting flex picked. It's not only because usually we see AD carries, they're stuck as an AD carry. That's it. All other champions has a flex pick, but now you're getting this threat of, is Ashe a support? Is it AD carry? And with Tristana, is it mid lane or AD carry? It's all these flex picks, as I mentioned, the last pick was. I think it's really great to see it.
And I really like the Skarner ban as well, because I know earlier I was listening into the cast, I tuned in for a little bit, and I was like, okay, like it's sounding good. And I was hearing like a lot of stress from Tebs and Dakrek about picks, and it was like the Skarner was just a problem. Never dying, always there, always dangerous. So I'm glad that one's gone. Jinx, though, going to be the lock-in here, coming in from Lions Creed. Again, they like a hyper carry, but an aggressive start from DMG, Vi, and Kalista.
For sure, and I think they looked a lot of towards the MSI, because in MSI, Vi has a 100% presence and only got picked once, banned in every other single game, and the second most picked champion, well, it is Kalista, so we can already see this is really strong from them in the meta right now.
And Paul, they're going to go for that Sejuani, I believe, again. Looked strong in game 1. Why not bring it back for game 2? Good against the Kalista as well if you can get on top of them, but obviously that is a little bit easier said than done. A little bit of worry, though, does spike in my head of the fact that DMG so far have gone very aggressively on that early game, and the Vi could do quite a bit more than the Sejuani early on.
Yeah, just getting the cease and desist into the AD carry, the backline of Lion Creed, that's always something, because usually you can see the teams coming in for a team fight, they're gonna fill each other off and they go in, but with this cease and desist, it's just like, whatever, how you start a team fight doesn't count anymore, because you have to answer to that Vi ult.
And then the Nautilus going to come through. I like the Nautilus pick here. I think it gives a lot of agency, right? If we want to lock down Kalista, well, we've got Depth Charge, you know, so that's always sorted. But Galio being picked up, a big pick that has come through on its rise recently, and not necessarily the most well-known, but I'm a big fan of this Galio, and it's screaming to me, we're looking for that dive team fight.
For sure, and so far both team have a lot of engage. We have Sejuani together with Nautilus, just those two together. It's rough, it's really rough. And then if we look over to DMG, same thing, but Galio and a Vi. But I think I would prefer the Vi with the Galio so far. We need to see the rest of the team comp.
I'm surprised they banned Camille, because I was thinking, like, you could go Camille with that comp as well. Like, just go full dive, just fully commit to it. Like, hey, that could have been kind of crazy. We are going to see that Corki, though, ban as well. So DMG, they maybe looked at the interview. They maybe heard what Paul said. They're like, hey, you know what? If it's a legend in the UK, maybe we don't want to mess with it. They're taking it away.
Learning from others' mistakes is the best one. But they got the Nico banned. I really wanted to see Nico. It's one of my favorite champions. I think she's really underrated. She's coming up now lately, but just her ultimate, changing the whole team fight. Aurelion Sol is also one of those mid laners where you can't take the team fights if there is an ultimate up from them. But for the picks now, I'm not really sure what we need here. Are we looking for more team fight? K'Sante, obviously we're looking for here.
I'm thinking what we're going mid, right? Because obviously Veigar, a big pick that QQR has utilized, could be quite strong into this comp. It would obviously stop a lot of engage options. However, are you going to get through the Galio, right? Could something else be better? Obviously, if we're going to go classic EU, maybe we're reaching for the Vayne here, but I don't know if that's going to be the best against the Vi.
Nah, I don't think the Vayne's coming out, but I'm with you. I really want this picks where we casters and all the viewers are like, what are they thinking? Do they know something we do not? But K'Sante getting picked, Gwen instalocks.
I like it. I like the Gwen a lot. I think that it's very good in the K'Sante, right? Obviously, you can kind of cut through the HP bar. I also like that Bust is taking a different approach, right? I was expecting maybe we see a tank. The Azir was also someone I was going to talk about, obviously, because you can just disengage. But the Veigar, it fits. A Veigar Azir, I feel like both kind of can be utilized for similar reasons here. I think the Veigar would fit more naturally with how I've seen Lions Creed play. But the Azir is probably a little bit more meta. So they are going to lock that one in. So trying to stop that engage coming through. With the Gwen as well, split push pressure is there, but also the fact that they can just shred through some of these tanks.
Yeah, for sure. And who's better than Gwen to shred tanks? It's absolutely no one. Maybe Vayne, but we're not gonna see it here. But as you mentioned, Azir and Veigar has the same thing into the team fight. They're gonna stop the enemy. All right. All right. The assassins are coming through.
Okay, no, I love this. I actually really love this from DMG. I thought it was Galio mid. For the longest time, I was baited in. I didn't think about the swap to the support. DMG, you got me. However, I still want you to lose. I love the comp, right? I love the comp, but I got to support my UK team, right? But I am really feeling this. This is a flavorful comp. It's what we talked about, right? We said they might have some picks. Admittedly, I was thinking it was going to be from the top lane, but actually the Kalista Galio, I respect it a lot.
Yeah, that's going to be really rough for Show and Lyrics on the bot side. But at the same time, they also have Nautilus ultimate. You can't really dodge it. But as you say, Kalista is throwing Galio straight into the enemies. That should be a game changer already from the as soon as they hit 6. I can't say from the start because they need their ultimates.
Yeah, I will say it's we talked about this earlier, right? About how both our teams, Leo and Lions Creed, not the best early game. DMG have just said, you know what? We hear this. We're going to play for the early game. So I am very interested to see how Lions Creed play this. I think this will be a really good test of how much they've kind of improved since being in the UK, especially in those best of ones. I think they did play the early games better in the playoffs, but in the best of ones, they were a little bit shaky in that pre-10, pre-15 minute mark. So playing into this team comp, now that it's designed to take them on early, is going to be, for me, a really good test to see the improvement that has been made and whether they come out on top. And the big thing is, if they do get to the late stage, I feel like it is kind of assured just because of the fact that the scaling is unreal. Jinx, Azir?
Yeah, as you say, if they just get to late game, they should just feel really comfortable with it. But because if you and I know that's their weak side is the early game, they should also know it, and hopefully they worked on it. So DMG here is going to come in, push the limits, and see what they actually can do.
Well, let's get into the game. Let's see how this early game pans out. Let's see if I'm going to be tweeting at Duckling a little bit later with the UK win. Let's find out. Let's go into this game. I love the RPS, man. I'm feeling it. I'm really, really enjoying it today.
But it's this extra feeling. You already get hyped to see a good league game. But once you put this like nationality on them, it's so much more interesting.
I was drinking some water. But what I also want to say for the viewers at home, if you're wondering, what is this tournament even for? This is the group stage to get into the playoffs, to make your chance to potentially get into NLC Div 2. That is the big prize at the end of this story. It isn't just a national who's got the better team situation. It is actually a big point for these teams themselves. So, with that being said, Zero going to be on this Akali, a notorious champion. But is it going to be able to get through the wall of the Azir? QQR obviously setting themselves up. And as we said, late game should feel Lions Creed favoured, but DMG I'm expecting big things. But I'm surprised that they're not going for maybe like a late invade or something crazy early on.
Yeah, and I'm just sitting here and speculating about the team fight that we're going to see. I'm expecting some really messy team fights, because if we look on DMG, Theodore is going to take one champion and run away. Taxi is going to take one champion and run away. Meanwhile, Clemmergon is going to throw in his support. So I think once we hit the team fight, it's going to be maybe 2-3 fights together that makes the team fight. So now during the early game, they really need to either play it passive and still get the farm, or they have to take a little bit gamble to get that advantage. And as we talked about, DMG should be that team looking for the early game.
We'll see how they do play it. Busto gonna get a lot of pressure onto Theodore, the Gwen counter pick, and oh man, I've been playing top a lot, right? It's become my role this season, and I feel the counter picks, right? Like it's a rough time. It feels, I think it's the worst lane to get counter picked in.
If we look at mid lane, once they get counter pick, they could still farm. They're just gonna farm all game. Bot side, same thing. Top lane, if you get counter picked, you're just gonna watch your enemy take the whole farm, and hopefully you can get 2-3 minions out of your own.
It's a real Oliver Twist moment. Like, please, sir, can I have some more minions? Like, you're just kind of hoping that you get an opportunity. But talk about opportunities, a lot of damage already done to Ritz out there in that bot lane.
Yeah, getting that level to your advantage, you just straight on engage. And Sera, who's on a Nautilus, makes it very easy for them. So half HP on Ratsu already gone, and from here their laning phase is going to be rough. They can't really compete for the wave that they're going to crash into them because they already lost too much HP. But hopefully Clemmergon is going to pick up. Oh yeah, he's going to pick up the whole wave, since we're going to see a reset from Spark and Zeta instead.
I like it. They anticipate that Taxvig is going to be moving down to that bot side, right? I don't think that that's a particularly crazy thought to have, right? Especially considering how the top lane is going. Okay, yes, you can maybe say maybe Theodore's going to ask for those ganks, but obviously bot lane, is a big vicinity for power if they can get that Kalista ahead.
Sure, my question here, because you know the jungler, Pop, more than I do. Tax, we don't know too much. We discussed it. We don't know too much about Denmark, but are we still gonna see this focus on bot side? Because I think both junglers have that as a priority this game. But sometimes when you have priority on bot side from both sides of the teams, they just cancel each other out.
Yeah, see, I feel like Paul is just always proactive. Like, it doesn't necessarily have to always be bot lane, but proactivity is definitely going to be the call. So I think if it can happen bot lane, then it will, as we are starting to see both junglers make their way down there. A nice taunt from Ritzau, though, will give a bit of an advantage over to DMG, but they're going to have to flash away because Lion Screen bring the jungle a little bit earlier, and now actually Tax could be in big trouble here. Going to be taken pretty low. Will be able to dash away, and Spark is cordoned off by Clem, and now it's actually DMG that have the favor. The Ignite taking over the flash forward, and Clem will be able to finish off that kill. Ritzau getting the credits for it, and DMG start off well.
Yeah, getting the first blood here. I actually thought that Lion Creed was going to get the first blood here because they had the damage first, but once they split it up, you could see that Clemmergon together with Rotso was like, wait a minute, why are you opening up for us to go into a 3v1 and getting that pick off pretty easy? And that just puts their tempo on the bot side, but we got the kill on the support. We discussed this a lot in Sweden. Do we prefer to get the first blood on the support who has cheaper items, or do you want it on your AD carry?
I've never actually thought about it like that. I've always thought like, okay, just go AD carry, you know, get them ahead. They're going to carry the game. But then actually, I do get what you're saying, right? The cheaper itemization does make them spark a little bit faster, and especially in this newer season, right? Where supports are now apparently just doing a ridiculous amount of damage and soloing laners. Maybe it is a bit of a play, but Zero is looking for a play themselves, can deal a little bit of damage to QQR, and we are seeing Pulp lurking around, but I don't think we're going to get any jungle action in the mid lane.
Taxwig is close by as well. We see on the minimap that the junglers are fighting a little bit, and they're just on the same lane all the time. They're tracking each other so good on jungle, or bad, that they don't know where they have each other, but they're always at the same place at the same time, and that just shows me that this game is going to have a lot of fighting to offer.
And we're seeing a bit of commitment to the late game, right? Cole being bought by Spark, so essentially saying, you know what, yeah, we are just going to farm this one up.
But the dragon is spawned. We could see last game that was a high priority. We think we got 6 dragons in total. Now we just have to see how DMG is going to answer on this. If they want to fight for dragons early, or they're just going to continue to sit on bot side.
Oh, Zero getting aggressive with it. Does have the perfect execution. Maybe hoping that that could come off. Obviously, solo kill would be massive, but we're not going to see it just yet. And DMG quite happy to keep this wave close to their tower. They have been pushed in quite a bit by Spark. And I'm starting to see this looming from Tax, you know, Lions Creed. I don't want them to overstep again like they did last game.
No, for sure not. And they probably watched it. They could see where the weakness from Lion Creed was. Overstepping was a little bit of a problem for them last game. And Taxvig is just staying bot for a very long time now. I think this is his 4th gank on bot side. But the dragon is up. You could see the mid laners use their teleport. So both team have prepared for a dragon fight. So if we just give it a little bit more time, I think we're going to see it.
And information gathered, obviously, the hover from Zero moving slightly towards the bot lane did give away a little bit more alarm bells, and obviously now with the Vi showing as well. So Lions Creed very much aware of who is around in the lane and should just be able to keep themselves safe. But it's like Tackles is still waiting, and here we go. Now we're going to get the engage here. The taunt is going to come up onto the Nautilus, and they're trying to turn this one back into a 1-for-1 potentially. Taxwing going to try and flash away. They didn't actually manage to pick up the kill onto Lion Screen, and Lion Screen strike first. Now DMG going to be running for the hills as they brought QQR as well, but Porp will finally go down as well. Jungler for jungler, but Zero is moving, as you said, and Zeta is so low here. QQR going to just trade their life to get them out. Now Zero looking for Spark here. This could be 2 kills to the Assassin. The Akali going into the backline, buying a bit of time, waiting for Rutsu to get there. But Emperor's Divide is beautiful and will get Lion Screed away.
Saving his AD carry there from QQR with his ultimate. But this also means that we have another kill coming in for DMG. And Ratsu got it again. He's 2-0 as the support. I know the AD carry feeling right now. It's like, why don't I get the kills? I want to be the carry. But there's none of the teams are going to go for the dragon. They're just going to look for more fighting.
Oh, and Zero could potentially be getting caught out here, although dishing a lot of damage out to QQR here. Will have to walk away will be safely back into lane. A nice rotation from Zeta, giving a bit of assistance into QQR. And again, DMG, they have managed to build a little bit of an early lead, right? They're 1k goal up. Still, though, the Dragon being bitterly fought for.
Sure, and I think we thought that their game plan was the early game. So far, they've won the early game, and as long as they can play around this, maybe put some focus on top or mid from their jungler, not just sitting on bot side, but so far it's been working out, and if they can win on it, go for it. But I want to see a bit more, because last game...
Ooh, Zero's going aggressive here, but I don't know if they're going to get it. QQR does have backup once again. The Jinx Rocket going to go slightly wide, and Porb not able to land the Glacial Prison. So it will be, again, another very close fight with no one going down.
I like it, I like it. Zero is fighting so much right now. Fighting mid, roaming down bot, fighting, coming back to mid lane, fighting twice. And now we're going to see DMG going to go for the Dragon. But it was a really long time ago since I saw a call in competitive play. We don't have too many Assassins players in Sweden, so I really like this. I really, really do.
Yeah, it's a nice play from them. I will say Bust is starting to accrue a decent amount of a lead over Theodore. We'll see if that continues, as now we do have the all-out available for the Cassante. But at the moment, Bust feeling pretty confident, not feeling too pressured, as we do see Spark once again getting that push on. But all in all, DMG still in the lead. But I wonder when they're going to start to really look to apply that pressure onto Lion's Creed and really force their bot lane down.
Yeah, because they already have a lot of focus around, but I think they can make it a little bit better, because every team fight we see on the bot side, there's always someone getting away with 100 HP. So if they could just perfect that execution a little bit better, I think DMG could take a good control of the bot side.
Oh, Lion's Creed now. I've got the numbers here, but Ritsu is just not scared. Just so confident to walk up here. Just says, no, you know what? Like, this is my tribe rush. I'm going to step here. And the Tax going to come back towards his bot lane. Junglers have been very present in the lane. It's still like a 3v3.
It is a 3v3. You can't change my mind on that. Especially for DMG.
Oh, Taxwick has managed to get behind them. This is a really nice play. Spark is assured to be dead here. The Taunt going to land. And that'll be an easy pickup for Clem, who will finally get the kill. And a nice pickup. We said that Spark overstepping could be a cause for concern for Lion's Creed, and it does work out.
Sure it does, and Taxwick, I don't know, is that 7th, 8th gank on bot side? So after all those ganks, they should be in the lead. So far they got all the kills, but I think the farming wise from Spark's side, he's keeping it up really good. But I want to see the top laners getting to the game a bit more, because Gwen and Cassandra are champions that could change the whole outcome from the game once they join the team fights.
Yeah, we finally see Grubs being taken. It's been a little while, but Zero isn't even happy with that being done. Looking for another fight. What a shock. And we'll actually roam up slightly ahead of experience than QQR. So we'll be able to force away this Sejuani. And obviously, Lion's Creed playing it safe in the sense that they don't know where Tax is. So not going to get caught up in any craziness.
The series just showing such a confidence. The roams are coming out. He's looking for the fights. His teams leaves him. He still continue fighting. And here on the Grubs, he knows he's alone. He can see on the minimap there's no one close to him. He still goes in for the 1v2 to put that pressure down. It's enough to scare away Pop to get it in with QQR. And now we can see Taxwick is coming in, so they get at least one Grub from it. And they have 0 to 10.
And we also now have the level 6 on the Galio, or level 7 even. So we are going to have heroic entrance available, which could be an absolute game changer in some of these later stage team fights. So definitely looking forward to see what Ritsu is going to be able to do with that ultimate. As at the moment, it does feel like the game plan has worked for DMG. They are ahead, right? 2k gold almost. But is it enough? That's the question I have for you, Peter.
Like, if they just stay at 2k, maybe up to 3k, I don't think it is enough. They need to get up at 5, maybe 6, because once we hit late game and the scaling's gonna start coming out, we're gonna see Lion Creed gonna do so much damage and gonna be really tanky as well. So DMG right now, they have a lead, but they have to use this lead to expand it even more to stand a chance in the late game.
Yeah, I'm thinking 3 items could be the calling mark. So maybe Lion's Creed to take the turn in this game, as Zero is taking quite a bit of damage from QQR here. Obviously, if they can dish it out as well as they can take it, we'll be able to keep farming up as we see, where maybe not surprisingly, Tax in the bot lane.
Yeah, once again, the jungle is just showing around, and it's a hard time in AD carry here, because you're not really behind, but you haven't scaled to the full potential that you want to do, because the presence of the junglers just, it interrupts the momentum on the bot side. The minions are gonna get missed, and the fights are gonna force them out of lane. So I think bot side, even though all these ganks are coming out, is just gonna scale from the minions for the rest of the game.
Yeah, we are seeing Paul slightly getting ahead of Taxvig as well. So I do wonder if there's a moment where they have to say, actually, you know what, maybe these aren't working out, maybe we have to go further afield. But at the same time, if you look top lane, well, Bust is just having a pretty good time against Theodore. It's been a much more quiet top lane, I will say, this time around.
Yeah, for sure. Last game, the camera went up there all the time, but this game, I haven't seen too much from them, and I think they counter each other pretty good. So you can see the trading here. They both lose the same amount of HP, do the same amount of damage, and I don't think any one of them really want to commit to the fight, because if we see one kill go to Theodore or Bust, they're gonna take over that lane, and having a Gwen or Cassandra winning their lane really good, it's gonna be really rough for the enemy team to handle it.
DMG going in once again. Here's the TP straight away as well. Zeta is going to be left for dead. No chance to come back from that one, and DMG will secure another dragon. So again, utilizing that early power in their composition, forcing these fights and taking another Drake and extending that lead.
Yeah, 5-1 in kills, and it's gonna be 2-0 here in the Dragons, as well as the gold lead is just starting to expand for them. But once again, Zero, he's all over the map, using his teleport here, help for Dragon, now coming into the mid lane to clear it out instead.
We are going to see the Dragon picked up there. A lot of pings coming through as well, as they're just quite happy sitting in the mid lane. And I am kind of waiting for this moment. You know, I feel like the last game we had, maybe we were spoiled a little bit too much today. You know, we had fights going on. It was a lot of fireworks. This game, it feels like a lot of like potential fireworks, and then it just kind of fizzles out.
But it's Lion Creed, a team that plays how the enemy plays, because as you said, last game very aggressive once they were up against an aggressive team. Now DMG, they roam a lot, but it's not the same as we saw from Leo, and Lion Creed is also taking a little bit of a step back here, I think.
And I do get it, right? Like, they know that they're playing for the late game. If they get to 3 items, if they get to 4 items, they get to late stage, they should just kind of walk this one. It shouldn't be something crazy. And DMG are relying on getting that early game. So Lions Creed, I feel like them kind of taking their time, not over-forcing for plays, not overlooking, it makes sense. It's not what I guess I'm used to, but I feel like they're showing a lot of respect.
Sure, and I think we also have to think about this. Lion Creed is 1-0. If they go 2-0 now, it's going to be rough for DMG and the rest of the players, teams in Group B. So there's a lot on the line here for DMG. You don't want to get another team in 2-0 while you yourself go 0-1, because that's not a good start to the tournament.
That is true. It's true. We'll have to see how this one plays out, though, as we are seeing, again, a more relaxed tempo in the game. And I guess in my mind, it's more on DMG to make big plays, as we are looming closer and closer towards this 20-minute mark. And it is Cloud Soul as well, I will remind. So are Lions Creed going to have that same fear of letting that soul go over?
Yeah, they might do it. At least the third Drake, having the soul point ready for them. But I'm just thinking here, Clemorgon and Ratsu, they have a lot of fighting with their jungler, but I want to see them take these 2 versus 2 more than they've done so far, because the engage they have and the damage, and I mean, they up 2 kills on both support and AD carry.
Right now, Ritsu going for another engage here. He's going to be locked down, but again, nothing to worry about, because they only found the support and the jungler, so not a lot of damage going to be dished out. As Taxvig once again in the bot side. Hello. Never seen this before.
So I was like, oh, that's the wrong turn. I'm going back here and jumping over the wall instead.
Oh, but a nice roam. Rizu trying to get onto QQR, but not going to be in range. And again, a lot of plays trying to be made. DMG are looking for things. I respect it a lot, but they're not finding anything just yet, as maybe this could be it. We do have Hero's Entrance. Maybe a Tithe could be on the cards, but again, DMG say we're not ready for it just yet.
No dive yet, but we're gonna see in the mid lane, Zero got a farm that he's gonna take the whole wave. He can cancel a wave, but the teleport is coming out from QQR. Ignore what I'm saying. But I think this pressure that DMG is trying to keep bot is, as soon as they get this tower, they can start doing the rotation. And with the rotation, you usually get the scrims, the big team fights, and that's where they need their bot lane right now, to come into the team fights. But since we don't have team fights yet, well, then they have to push in this tower first.
Yeah, and Bust Also looking to try and push in that tower. Hasn't managed to get as far through it as I maybe would have expected, but all in all, is slowly whittling it down, and obviously at a very similar rate towards Lions Creed in the bot side. As DMG, they have the pressure. They've been able to get it. I'm surprised they haven't tried to maybe like stack a wave and then go for the dive, maybe rotate the Akali down and play for that hero's entrance, but I guess it is difficult. The wave clear from Spark is really nice.
Sure is. And my question to you here, who is gonna be the target for Vi in the Lions Creed, and who's gonna be the target for the Nautilus ulti over in DMG?
Ooh, that is an interesting one, because I feel like Zero is obviously like an easy shout to say, okay, yeah, just make sure that Zero can't play the fight, because if Zero gets onto QQR or Spark, there could be big issues. And obviously for Tax, I would say that like you have to be looking at one of the two carries, right? It has to be QQR or Spark. I imagine Spark is the one that they go for, just because less opportunity to do things. But then you could also say, well, maybe the Azir stopping them from using the Emperor's Divide could be massive. We are going to see, though, the tower is finally going to be taken. They use the Rift Herald in that bot side, but Zero could be under some threat, or actually it might be Port that is under a lot of threat here.